Hello, and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed. We are learning dialectics. Yesterday, or last episode, we went through about 30 different reasons. Well, I guess you could call them dialectical arguments themselves. Reasons why our purpose here, or our highest functioning, or even our destiny, if you want to go all the way to that, is to master the capacity for understanding that we have. Master the art of understanding, which is called the dialectic. It's what we need to solve problems. It's what we need to reach our excellence. But as Socrates has been pointing out, it's necessary to reach our highest possible goal of knowing intelligence and the self. So, in order to reach those goals, we have to read, complete intelligible works that reflect the logos, and we can simplify all of those terms into one term, Apollo. We have to accept or trust, temporary trust that there is an existing reality of beauty or intelligence itself. There is a mind itself that is intelligible or knowable. After all, if we don't think the One Piece exists, how will we become pirates seeking the One Piece? Also, we have to take what we read and reflect on it, see how those parts come together into wholes, and apply that into our lives. If we discover something like the dialectic is our highest purpose and functioning, well, try it out, see if it works. It's not just reasoning through words, it's also verification in experience. So all of those things we can put together, seeing how they fit together, reflecting on our reading, testing it out in experience, trusting that beauty exists as a knowable experience. And we can put one word for all of those terms: Aphrodite. So, and if we do that, Apollo and Aphrodite, we will eventually discover and learn the dialectic. The dialectic, Socrates says in the book that we're reading, is absolutely necessary to, first of all, solve our problems, reflect on the root cause of human problems in our thoughts and our activities, in our relationships, in our dramas, in our life, in our dreams, in our daydreams, our night dreams especially, are messages about our problems. As the oracle says,
people don't logic their way into stupid positions, they stupid their way into stupid positions.
Because we stupided our way into the cause of our problems, our fundamental false beliefs about self and reality, we have to apply the dialectic in a kind of skillful art to uncover the root cause of it. That's called midwifery. Part of that involves reasoning about the beliefs we carry. So it's a two-part process. You have to discover that you are blocked from the logos, blocked from Apollo, reading, putting it together, understanding. And then, of course, if that changes your mind, great, you can move on. If you are unable to accept the conclusions of your understanding and reasoning, you can't go from Apollo into Aphrodite and apply it, hold on to it, put it all together. And that's evidence of a block to your logos, block to your development. And then we need the dialectic to trace that block back through our past to the origin or the original cause and address it in a way that can free us from that cause and source of our problems. That's Hermes, the dialectic. The dialectic applied to removing our problems, but also similar process applied to understanding. So we are not doing midwifery in the book. We're doing the first part, the logos dialectic. We are addressing the false beliefs that are carried by a lot of people. It seems to be the most common false belief in our society. It also seems to be the most dangerous false belief in our society. It's the seventh hypothesis Of the 10 different worldviews somebody can have, it's the 7th. It's defined, let's have a look at the map just to remind ourselves how it looks. Of the 10 worldviews that we call the 10 hypotheses, it's the 7th. Defined as an opposition to the 3rd. The 3rd is what we are talking about in Hermes. We have to be reading Apollo, putting it together, Aphrodite, and the two come together to discover that in the activity of reading, the activity of dream analysis, the activity of reflecting on your highest goals or problems, there is an art or a skill in how to do that in the best way. That's called Hermes. That's the art of the dialectic that it seems we are here to master, necessary for solving problems and reaching excellence. Therefore, a worldview that is defined by an opposition to that would be the most dangerous. First of all, because it prevents one from being able to actually understand the cause of problems. But the second reason why it's bad is without understanding, third hypothesis, understanding to solve problems, you're left with belief to solve problems. And belief can't solve problems. Belief is about your fifth hypothesis, image thinking. So somebody who is an authority or a ruler or a leader based on belief doesn't have understanding. Politicians, clergy, capitalists, therefore their authority is based on their image. How they look with their funny Pope hat or their funny Jewish tassels or their funny red tie in suit for a conservative. Whatever it is that is based on appearance, image, marketing. Therefore, these people, when they have positions of power, the two things we're here to do, reach our excellence, which is a mastery of the logos to reach the self-logos, and removal of problems, which is our patho-logos. Without the understanding to do that, how do they solve problems? Well, belief can't actually create anything, but it can hurt people. Any idiot can smash someone in the face with a hammer or drop a bomb on their family. And that's what we're seeing. As a surrogate for knowing, believers take inflicting harm, suffering, violence, punishment is the key word, as a surrogate for what it means to be a big, strong knower. So very easy to see, just look at any of these capitalists and say, hang on a second, why aren't you solving human problems? You have $1 billion, why don't you solve world hunger? Why instead are you buying all the houses so everyday people can't have a place to live? Because they seek the doing of harm, which is called sadism, as a surrogate for knowing, because they can't reach knowing, because they lack the dialectic of understanding to reach knowing and do good and to solve to actually address and solve the cause of human problems. That's why we're in the situation we're in. But we all have that way of functioning in some way, because we all pick up false beliefs from childhood that function in opposition to our work to master the dialectic. Isn't that interesting? So, but with the dialectic, we can overcome that belief-based functioning that we have an allegiance to, we have a loyalty to. It's primitive, it's a kind of survival thing from our early caveman times that no longer works because we have language and logos or language and ousia, self-reflection. So the dialectic is the skillful use of language and self-reflection, or ousia, logos and ousia, that we employ to remove the cause of our problems, pathologos, and use that freedom from problems to go ahead to find the true nature of reality, not the false pathologos image, and the true nature of self, not the false image and mask that you wear and you've been spending your life identifying with. So that's the nature of the human condition and how we solve problems and reach excellence, and the nature of human problems, belief as a surrogate. So that's why the seventh hypothesis is the most dangerous. It's in opposition to actually solving problems and reaching our goals, which is the third hypothesis and the meaning of life. And it takes in its place as a surrogate what it does have, belief, and thinks punishment, inflicting harm, repeating catchphrases, empty catchphrases, liberal tears, you are woke, you are anti-Semitic, brainless, thought-defeating cliches and catchphrases. That's how they use their language. So it's a very shallow pool, or we call it a pseudo-logos, a shallow pool, like the kiddie pool at the but it's full of piss because little kids piss in the kiddie pool, which is gross, but that's what it is. That's the brain of belief-based thinkers. A shallow amount of logos, enough language to repeat the catchphrases from their tribe, from their family clan, from their culture, from their religion. Jesus is king, and you often see these people posting on social media as well. It's the same copy pasta, same bullshit. Love Jesus equals good. And anyone different from my clan, brown people, women, liberals equals bad. And sometimes they even have their own words. They might not say bad, they might say sinners. They might say heathens. They might say goyams. They might say heretic. They might say woke. Or whatever the catchphrase is. PC, politically correct, was the word that they used to use, but now it's woke. So whenever Joe Rogan talks to Elon Musk on his podcast, and something progressive is said, something rational is said, Joe Rogan will say, "Oh no, it's gone woke." See, very, very stupid, very, very easy. Anything I don't like is woke. So that's why the seventh hypothesis is the most dangerous. Opposes what we should be doing and takes the root cause of human ignorance, and therefore the root cause of our negative thoughts and activities. It takes that and venerates it, puts it on a pedestal, pedestalizes it. It's the best. The best thing you can do is get all the money so you can go to Epstein Island and abuse people, so you can drop bombs on who you don't like, so you can pass laws that pollute the environment for an extra $1 in your bank account. That's the human condition. No other species that we know of, at least, and no other species acts in such a sadistic, terrible, irrational, unintelligible. So irrational, so it's not rational. It's not rational to destroy the planet you're on. It's not rational to abuse human beings who are in the same position as you, who share your neighborhood, whose benefit you benefit from as well. And it's not intelligible to spend your life contemplating making more profit, or dropping more bombs, or bringing about Armageddon so Jesus comes back. So it's irrational and unintelligible. Now, what's fascinating about that is that's how we define evil. Evil. To act or contemplate unintelligibly, which the nature of intelligibility is the second hypothesis, mind knowing itself as pure intelligibility, which is the paradigm. The capacity, the sense, the sixth sense we have is called ousia, allowing us to do that. So that's what's good, intelligible. And of course, the dialectic is what's rational. That's our use of reason through conversation and thought and reflection. That's the third hypothesis. Therefore, the good, intelligible and rational, second and third hypothesis, which is interesting because we call that wisdom. So wisdom is equal to our good. No, goodness. Because the word good has to have scope over both our rational goodness and our intelligible goodness. So if wisdom is our functioning in goodness, contemplating on the true nature of reality, which is also beauty and justice, second hypothesis, being able to reason about it accurately, using as your parts of reasoning the aspects of intelligibility, that's reason. When we think in terms of same and different, like and unlike, whole and part. So if both of those things are goodness, there has to be a cause, which is higher, prior, and independent. That's what we call the good. Or the good self. The good self. If each of these things are themselves a oneness, the oneness of intelligibility, the oneness of the logos or dialectic, then there has to be a cause for that, the one. If both of those are true, so it's reality, it's truth, true. So we have three primary words, the one, the good, and the true self, that has to exist as a fundamental cause for the oneness of intelligibility or knowing and rationality to be one, to be a oneness, to be self-contained, to be themselves, to be true. A true reflection of the truth, or the truth in its reflection as a model based on true. And also our good. Now that's fascinating as well, because as we've been talking about how this plays out within human society, that is our goodness, the second and third hypothesis. And it's, as we said, it's surrogate through belief, not knowing, but just believing you know, not functioning providentially, but using your image thinking to attack groups that are different than you or be afraid of different images. So the fourth and fifth hypothesis, the copy, so the model and copy, the copy of goodness or wisdom, badness or ignorance. Now that's important, because what we've been reading is the word to describe badness isn't ignorance for Abrahamic believers, for most people in our society, it's evil. Evil. So ignorance is actually what badness is. The fourth and fifth hypothesis, belief and image thinking, which function as in opposition to goodness. To be a loyal believer, you can't develop. You have to keep the beliefs that you had when you were young. Otherwise, if you grow, then you're not in the team anymore. You can't evolve past dear leader. You can't be greater than the prophet, or than Muhammad, or than Abraham, or than Jesus. That's arrogance. So you have to stay stagnant, which means our purpose to learn and develop through understanding, you have to be in opposition to. That's why fascists always go after schools. People wearing glasses because they read books. Stupid shit like that. So that's the nature of human problems, fourth and fifth, and its nature, a distorted reflection of the truth. Second and third, which is itself a good reflection of the true, or the one, or the self. So that's something that we can understand because we are using understanding. The seventh hypothesis, a way of being that is in opposition to their seventh, has to make sense of the world in some way. Their way of making sense of the world is there are two equal and opposite forces at war with each other. good and bad, or God and Satan. The good guys and the bad guys. They never touch, so there's no communication. As we are seeing, that's not true, because a dialectician can communicate to believers. If they are open and curious and seeking their highest meaningful goals, they can overcome their problems. There also is a way of connecting to the self through understanding, not through experience, because it transcends experience. So there's a rejection of those true facts of reality to create a different worldview, that it's good versus evil, good guys versus bad guys, left versus right, Republicans versus Democrats. There's no connection, and the bad team doesn't seek the good. Even those in ignorance are holding on to it because they believe it's good and they want their goodness for themselves. No, these people in the other team are just bad in principle. Now that's very, very stupid, but you can imagine a caveman without language and a culture of reflection just thinking, oh, anything outside the cave is just bad in principle. You can see how that might be a stupid caveman way of thinking. That might have kept them from venturing out and exploring the world and being eaten by saber-toothed tigers. So it's very, very stupid. If you're different than my team, you're bad. Now, everyone thinks that way to some degree. There's like 30 to 40% of the population who think that way entirely. We call them Trumpers, or Nazis, or conservatives, or the religious. But we all have some degree, like that's the nature of our human problems. A belief that we don't even know we're carrying that opposes our development of understanding. It opposes our highest peak experience of mind, and it opposes the freedom of the self. 3, 2, 1. So the nature of all human problems, individually and collectively. So that war between the good and the bad, which is the source of your problems in this false way of thinking, causes an internal conflict within the soul, but also a conflict within our species. No other animals act in such an irrational, harmful way. So how do we solve problems when all we can do is hurt others? Well, we have to invent the idea of punishment. What's the idea of punishment? That inflicting a bad thing, which any idiot can do, will somehow make things good. Now, we've already gone through many dialectics about that, but that in principle isn't true. It doesn't help you. Actually, we should have it on the board. Get rid of this dot. Let's have a look at the dialectics we've already done on punishment on the board. Let's see if it's still up there. Triggered tells, kinds of interpretations. Belief, hypotheses or amenities, dialectic, the ox herding pictures and the hypotheses, nature of human conflict. Surely we've done something on punishment. That was a big section of the text. Journey of the soul, the different classes of interpretation. The causes, when you ask someone, what's the meaning of life, or why are we here? Use the causes. Where's punishment? Different kinds of experiences. Well, I don't see it on the board. Well, it is in the text. Maybe it's one of those ones that I gave the viewers to do. Punishment in principle doesn't create the conditions for finding the root cause of our problem, which is needed to solve our problem. It doesn't solve problems. It distracts us. It puts us in a negative state of mind that makes us less likely to reflect on our problems. All it teaches somebody is to avoid getting caught. So that's our current world. All of the politicians, capitalists, and religious officials like their position and are willing to blow up the world to defend their position because they know that they can't get caught. The laws don't apply to them. That's what punishment does. Doesn't make us excited about learning. Doesn't help us solve problems. Just teaches us not to get caught. But also what it does is it sneaks in the idea of, oh, you're okay to do violence, to be sadistic, because you're teaching someone a lesson. So punishment is tied to the seventh hypothesis, a rejection of actual understanding. Then punishment is what happens in its place, the sadism as a surrogate for knowing and understanding. Now, it's really stupid. If you imagine your engine of your car breaks down, do you beat it until it works? No. Your toaster stops making toast. Do you beat it until it works? No. Your computer breaks down. Do you beat it until it works? No. But for some reason, well, we know the reason. Seventh hypothesis, pathologos belief. These are the 5 classes of pathologos. Pathologos means to be attached to the fourth hypothesis as your identity. Unwilling to change, that we all have to some degree. That's our purpose as human beings. We all get beliefs as a way to survive our upbringing. And our purpose is to surface and remove those, freeing us to do understanding, learn the dialectic. So, punishment is the lie that you actually make things good by doing something bad, which is something that we have understood is false. Therefore, you can't accept punishment and have understanding. However, you can only have punishment as a way of being, as an idea of justice, a sick idea of justice, if you are a believer. Only belief. Because if you understand the good, and we all in principle seek the good, then you're seeking a good goal. But belief is in opposition to understanding. It's about images. So a belief can convince you the bad is good. Also, belief can say doing a bad thing, bombing children in Iran, will cause a good thing. So they can lie about the goal, or they can lie about the activity. That's punishment. Punishment is the lie that doing a bad thing, inflicting suffering, or some sort of abuse, you are a sinner, you are a bad child for dropping that juice, you're a nasty child, you're a sinner. That bad thing will somehow teach them character, or tough love, or make them good, or make them suddenly understand how to do their math homework. We never apply that to animals, or computers, or engines. Therefore, it is completely irrational to apply it to human souls. So it's irrational. So if it's irrational,
People don't logic their way into stupid positions. They stupid their way into positions.
then it wasn't punishment isn't a logical conclusion. It's a stupid. We stupided our way into that stupid position, therefore belief. So belief is necessary to accept punishment because it's irrational in principle. Now that's interesting because we can therefore prove with 2 steps that the cause of human injustice is belief. Because in principle, if we seek the good and we understand the good, we'll reach the good. Belief is nothing to do with truth. It's the opposite. It's the image of truth, not the opposite, the distortion. So So you can believe someone that this bad thing is good. So that's what we're currently facing in our world. Defeating our species, blowing up the planet that we live on, murdering the human beings of our own species, our own kind, is actually good. Because religion. Because profit. Because impoverishment, so we can have more desperate people we can enslave. That's the goal of religion, conservatism, and capitalism. Another way that belief can function is to say that the bad actions. So maybe you're not saying, maybe you're not lying about the goal. Maybe the goal you're saying, oh yes, we need to live in a harmonious world. But the way of doing that is everyone become a Mormon who have magic underpants.
They're like a goon. They're a gooner.
So they can feel like a goon.
What the hell kind of a show is this? What is this, the comedy mothership?
Yes, we do jokes here sometimes. We have fun. We actually have this on a dialectic on why belief is the cause of our problems. But let's do it. Let's write on the board again. Why belief is necessary for human injustice. We can be addressing our goal. Our goal can be, or our steps to reach the goal. Understanding the nature of the good in our goal will help us reach the good. Hey, welcome, Sus.
Now we're getting into extreme Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy.
Now you're here, we are getting into extreme Jordan Peterson levels of wisdom. Whimsy. But belief can convince you that the bad goal is a good goal because you don't understand, you're just believing the guy in the funny hat or the people who resemble the parents that you grew up with. Understanding recognizes the principle his hat is so funny. My hat's funny. Oh, Jordan Peterson. I'm easily swayed by Peterson's words.
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
That's you. You're off the perky, call you Kirky for following Jordan Peterson like Charlie Kirk did.
Hey, you can't say that to her. You show her some respect.
Sorry. I will show you more respect.
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
You've got a large head filled with secrets. My hat? No, my hat's good hat. My hat's a cool hat.
Please end kink shaming on your show.
Stop kink shaming me for my hat.
You can be a gooner.
Because you can be a gooner.
Gooner.
Gooner. I'll listen to anything I say. Good. Listening to what I say is a good step. To reaching your goals.
Jester goon maxed.
That's you. You're goon maxed now.
Gooner bait.
It's gooner bait. But belief can tell you that doing a bad thing will lead to a good goal. Therefore, either in the goal itself. Belief requires an opposition to understanding the good, so you can believe that this bad thing is good, and so you will seek it. Or it can tell you that doing this bad thing, punishment, war, capitalism, will lead to a good thing. Therefore, belief is necessarily the cause of human problems, just with two parts. Now, what's interesting about that is what Socrates is using to demonstrate that Jesus' false belief in God and Satan existing and at war as the nature of human problems. What Socrates is using to show that isn't true is also these two things. We define evil as irrational, which is about steps. It's irrational. You are not rationally putting the parts together to see that punishment can actually reaches a bad conclusion. It doesn't help learning. It makes people less inclined to learn. It makes people hate you, and it makes people the only thing they do learn is to not get caught or put themselves in the tyrannical position of the bully so they can be the one inflicting the punishment. So a lot of stupid people seek positions in their life, in their careers, where they can play out this kind of punishment with impunity on other people because of the punishment they received growing up, and they still think that's good. They don't have the courage or the skill of the dialectic to reflect on their earliest teachers and still believe their mummy and daddy or priest or imam or rabbi was good. So if they want to be good, they need to be the one doing the punishment. And if they're not in that position, they'll be the one getting the punishment because they are not offered dialectic. They're not offered understanding as a better way of being. So evil is irrational and unintelligible. Now, unintelligible or intelligible is a fancy word. It can be a bit confusing. Intelligible means you can grasp it with your mind, because it has an innate, it has the logos present in it. It's a knowable experience. Intelligible. Now, what's interesting is what we are seeing that is our actual purpose as human beings is to overcome the belief imitation of knowing and actually experience knowing. The second hypothesis is the intelligible experience. So that thing that grandmas say on Facebook, I'm as smart as Socrates, because Socrates says that he was the smartest man because he knew nothing. And you write back to grandma and you say,
It's sad, and I'm sad for you.
I'm sad for you, grandma.
Jesus Christ, Emma.
Emma?
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to see that.
You say, grandma, we don't want to have to see it on Facebook. Take down that post, because what Socrates was actually saying is, what makes me wiser than these other people in positions of authority is I know what is the intelligible experience. So I don't think I know things that are not knowable. Things in the physical world of appearances. These politicians and generals and judges, they all think that they know these things, and they don't, because they're not knowable experiences. That's what intelligibility means, knowing, the second hypothesis. Just like to reach that, and the other part of our goal is to master understanding. So rational and intelligible, Socrates is using to define what it means to be good, and the opposition to that, unintelligible and irrational evil. So the two aspects of goodness or wisdom is our standard for goodness and badness. But also, if we go into the book, Socrates says it's also our standard for truth. Because he's saying when these believers get positions of power, death and destruction will periodically sweep it. Well, when the fear of the mind, the fear of the second hypothesis held by believers, there's an underlying threat that periodically sweeps across the land, bringing death and destruction along with it. When these believers or literalists gain power, they cannot stand a truth beyond their reach. And instead of making up for their shortcomings by doing what Sus is doing, listening to everything I say,
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mog you because I'm joy maxing so hard, that just sounds like reason.
we're joy maxing. Instead of that, they believe they have the truth. That's belief. I already believe it. Instead of making up for their shortcomings, they reduce what they can't understand. They reduce everything to what they can understand, and they burn the rest. They will destroy whatever stands in their way. So that conserving of our beliefs is the nature of the right wing or conservatism. And of course, each of these beliefs have an image attached to it. So there's the image thinking, the shapes and colors attached to our beliefs that attract us to certain fascists and not others. But the way of solving this problem is so the opposition of the new and resisting change is the fundamental conservative impulse, as looking forward to meaningful change, or the dialectic or logos is the opposite movement. So that's the true progressive or the true political party. The standard is what benefits the growth and development of the soul. Currently, the standard is what makes profit for the most sadistic billionaires, capitalist, Epstein class in the world. That's not a good standard for who should be our political or spiritual leaders. The standard should be what creates the conditions for the benefit, the growth and development of the soul. Only one is true. Notice I didn't say there are several options for political parties. Not several options for how to do surgery, several options for how to fix your computer. There's just one. A mechanic, a computer scientist, a surgeon. To say, oh, what do you believe? Here's an option. Fascism A or fascism B? Capitalism A or capitalism B? You get to use your belief. I don't care about my stupid ass beliefs. My beliefs are dumb. Your beliefs are dumb. All beliefs are dumb. I want understanding to determine which of our species knows the nature of the goodness of our soul and what's required for the growth and development of the soul. There should be only one, of course. Now, how do we, the struggle over truth. So here we go, have truth, wisdom, goodness, truth. How is it connected? The struggle over this truth, one is true and reflects a higher truth, is making intelligible the truth being contested. How do we do that? Reasoning through words and appealing to the kind of experience that comes with an encounter with intelligence. So there's our standard for truth. So this second and third hypothesis, knowing and understanding, which we have already labeled as wisdom, is what Socrates is using in his dialectic with Jesus to define God or goodness. And he's also using it to define evil, that irrational, opposing the third, or unintelligible, opposing the second. And earlier in the text we said, hey, how do we determine truth? Reasoning through words and verification in experience. Therefore, what's the verification of in experience of what benefits the soul? The greatest experience, or the paradigm. So reasoning through words, also appealing to the kind of experience that comes along with a direct encounter with intelligence itself. That's intelligible. reasoning through words, rational. So there's once again our standard of goodness and truth. So it's opposition, belief, and image thinking is bad. If evil existed, it would be that. But of course it doesn't exist because ignorance or belief in image thinking has to have we have to be attracted to it. In other words, we have a soul that seeks intelligibility and rationality, ousia and logos. That's what makes us evolve. We have the capacity for reflection and reason, language. The ideal form is the second and third hypothesis. The use of the two as a skill or art is the dialectic. But because our soul seeks that, its imitation or shadow can take its place. So it's not that we are innately bad or innately sinners or innately evil. We don't seek irrationality and unintelligibility. We're not driven towards that. We seek the goodness and the truth, intelligibility and rationality. We want to understand, we want to know. But on that throne in our soul for ousia and logos, those thrones, we have an imposter. If we didn't seek our goodness and truth, rationality and intelligibility, we wouldn't be so loyally addicted to its shadow. So human problems is not evil, it is to be tricked through belief, ignorance. So that's the true nature of human problems. And what we are seeing in Socrates' dialectic with Jesus is that the good or goodness is rational, or the third hypothesis, and intelligible, knowable, real, true, beautiful, goodness, justice, intelligible, which is of course the second. And earlier in the work, we saw the way that we overcome human problems is the use of the same things. So how do we overcome human problems and reach and establish that what we are talking about is objectively true and not a matter of belief or opinion? We use reason, and direct experience or encounter with intelligence, capital I. Direct encounter or experience with intelligence, which is the second hypothesis. Oops, wrong. Whoops.
That's insane. Like, you need help. There's no help, actually. You need a straitjacket.
A straitjacket just for having the wrong screen.
These are goons, these gooners.
Me?
Goon.
That's not me.
Gooners.
I'm not a gooner. You're
Damn,
a
you
gooner.
really are a gooner.
How dare you?
What the hell kind of a show is this? What is this, the comedy mothership?
Yes, we're very funny. So isn't that interesting? In principle, humans do bad. So what are we also using in this dialectic to understand human problems? Well, thinking and acting. Now, thinking and acting applies to both, I suppose. But in principle, belief is the cause of human problems, because if you understand the good about your goal, then you're not seeking a bad goal. But a authority figure can use belief to pretend to be a guru and know the nature of the good and the destiny and purpose of human life, and convince you that the bad goal is what you should seek. So human beings do bad things because they think the bad is a good goal to have, because of belief. So we also see why belief has to exist in opposition to understanding. If you understand it, you don't have to believe. And you can grow, and you can change, and you can leave your family clan because you've evolved. Your authority figures are no longer authority figures anymore, which then the believers don't like that. The other way of doing a bad thing is, well, maybe you have the right goal, but you think that doing a bad step will reach that good goal. If we only blow up enough Iranian children, if only we give enough money to the billionaires, if only we allow capitalism for just a few more years, then good things will happen. Which is, of course, against the principle of likeness. A fire doesn't make things cold like an ice cube. Good things cause good results. Bad things do not. Now, it seems very, very simple. That's dianoia. That's understanding. When you're at the level, when you're using not physical things, maybe you can use them as an example or an analogy, but when you're looking at ideas themselves that have scope over the manyness in the physical world, it does become very, very simple. So we've just defined the cause of human problems, belief, with two very basic steps and about four very basic ideas: the idea of goal, the idea of steps, the idea of good, the idea of bad, the idea of belief, the idea of understanding. That's it. 6 ideas. That's understanding. That's dianoia. That's the dialectic. It has scope over everything. So you can apply it to any species. Cooking, making chicken panini. Chicken tenders, mac and cheese. Oh, sounds tasty.
Spit on me.
Oh, Emma, don't spit on me.
Be a reasonable gooner.
I'm too pure.
Emma is... I was hoping she'd talk about making some food.
I'm cute. Like, the more holes, the better.
Emma.
That's funny.
Oh, that's funny.
That one's perfect. And they're secretly turned on by duopoggers. Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied.
Emma is gooning. Sometimes she talks about making cookies, but she's just gooning hard today.
Goon, 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 goon.
That's Emma.
You can be a gooner. Goon, 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 goon.
Ah, nonsense. So, 6 primary ideas. The steps or the goal. The reasoning or the intelligibility. The third and the second. And evil, irrational, or unintelligible. Or the 5th hypothesis, image thinking irrationality, and unintelligible, or the shadow of intelligibility, the 4th. Belief. Because belief is also the source of our image thinking. So belief can make the bad as the step or the irrational, venerate that, or can venerate the goal what is unintelligible or bad as the goal. That's belief. That's belief. The issue is, we love our beliefs. It's very easy to say that those strange people's beliefs, the Mormons with their magic underpants
Goon.
and they're soaking, or the Muslims over in that country, or the version of Christians that I'm a Pentecostal Christian, but it's the Unitarian Christians that are nuts. But it's our own that we find it, we want to defend, because that's the nature of our human problems. Not just this belief, but our blind, savage, caveman-like allegiance. Don't fall asleep, says Meter Chatter.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
I'm sad for you if you fall asleep.
First you're saying the F word or whatever you said. Now the tone is completely out of control.
Sorry about my tone. So that's the nature of human problems. But also, let's keep in mind that this is also the standard of truth and goodness that Socrates is using to lead us through the dialectics. Because we have there are four that we are doing here to defeat or purify the most dangerous position a intelligent being can have on any planet. Don't use the word savage. Yes, we use the word savage because it applies to our caveman roots. So primitive. The cavemen who grew up, well, before we evolved into intelligibility and reason, or ousia, self-reflection, second hypothesis, and language and logos. The human beings that survived, because they didn't venture out of the cave, were the ones that thought anything outside the cave or different than the tribe way of being was bad and scary. So those people didn't get eaten by saber-toothed tigers and evolved. So it's a kind of solution. And those people were blindly loyal to their tribe leader. It's a primitive, from caveman times, prior to Logos and ousia, solution. And because of the asteroid that hit Earth and wiped away all the major predators, we evolved very quickly into ousia and Logos without having to address our problems that would have caused us to be eaten by dinosaurs. So we have a very unique situation as our species that evolved very quickly without having to address our primitive caveman problem. Therefore, whether you're blindly loyal to tribe leader of mummy and daddy, as all human beings are, until we go through midwifery, whether we like it or not, whether we know it or not, that's why philosophical midwifery and dream analysis is necessary, or we're blindly loyal to our pope or imam or rabbi, or blindly loyal to Trump or Netanyahu, whoever, or blindly loyal to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. That's a primitive way of thinking. It's not a blame game, it's an understanding. Understanding that it's a solution that no longer applies. In a similar way, the way that we raise our children, you're stuck in a cave or house with mummy and daddy, or whoever was your parental figures, who got to pretend to be king priest of the cave. Their ideas of God, their ideas of goodness, their ideas of what happens in the house. As a 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old, you were stuck there. So we, in a similar way, develop false beliefs and images about ourselves, about what is good, second hypothesis, about how to reach the good, third, the unintelligibility and the irrationality, the bad steps that gives us a role within the family, or the bad goal that makes us a loyal member of the family tribe, and our own self, because we would never have come to the conclusion that this bad way of being is good. So we take the blame. So we have a negative idea of self. which is a distortion of the first hypothesis, knowing the self, which is our goal. Our state of mind, or our states of mind, or the second hypothesis, and our roles or functioning, or the third hypothesis. So our fourth hypothesis, beliefs, are a shadow of the first, second, and third. Our goal is to get these pretenders off the throne so we can actually master our actual functioning, dialectic, awaken our higher states of mind, intelligibility, and put the two together, Apollo and Aphrodite together, reading and states of mind to master the dialectic to reach the first hypothesis self. So that's why we say primitive. We say it's savage because it causes people to act against their own interests, to destroy other human beings who should be on the same team, and also the very planet we inhabit. And the way that we oppose our good, we have 5 stages. We will ignore people who say good things. So Hassan Piker has 50,000 Twitch followers. Asmon Gold has 50,000, most of which are bots.
Damn, you really are a gooner.
The absolute slop.
Because he does slop.
The internet is all robots.
And all his viewers are robots. But I only have only a few. Maybe 100 followers. Because what is good and true, goodness and truth, is being ignored. Or when you can't ignore it any longer, you will mock what will benefit you. You will threaten that which challenges your false beliefs, your primitive beliefs that are the cause of your suffering, your injustice, your negative reincarnations, the cause of your badness and harm. You will threaten those that help you. Eventually, when that doesn't work, you will kick them out of the team. You can't participate in the group anymore. I'm not talking to you anymore. You can't be a member of... If you don't like America, you can get out. You can get out. And then eventually kill. So currently we are killing people who threaten the ignorance that we grew up with as children, which is a primitive functioning or a solution that worked in caveman days that no longer work now. So this reaction to what is good and true and beneficial that involves even murder is savage. It's savage not only because it's bad, but because it is necessarily irrational. You have to abandon your own higher cognitive functions to just kill without thinking. Those Iranian children are just like American children, going to school with their little bags and their little school lunches. No, don't think rationally. They're actually the devil, and we need to bomb them. But also, let's make sure the bomb has a double tap device, so when their family comes to take their remains, or the medical professionals come to help the little children who are still alive, we can also explode them. That's what America and Israel are doing. And that's good, says belief. That's fucking savage. No other species treats their own kind this way. No other species treats the planet they inhabit this way. So we have a unique position to be the worst kind of species possible because of the evolutionary conditions of our growth, but also primitive from cavemen, savage in how it functions towards each other and our planet. Barbarians are what the Greeks call people who take their beliefs literally and not go through the stage of reflection. But because we have that dog-like loyalty, dog-like, what we call the Nazis dogs, because they were loyal without using reason to question whether they should be loyal to that leader. So not dogs as in happy and and loving. Dogs as in loyal without reason. Because of that, we are holding on to so many different family, clan, sick beliefs, which means we are the most primitive and savage, having the capacity to destroy our species and planet, which is what our current leaders are racing towards in Armageddon. But we also have a opportunity to introduce what is actually good, the logos and dialectic, and as we introduce the good, we have these kinds of interpretation. Out of the woodwork will come all of the people, all of the families. So if we introduce a law like, hey, maybe no slavery, the Nazis will come out. No, I don't like that law. I want to have slaves. So we can address all of our pathologos, primitive, savage, clan beliefs, so we can learn and address and purify them from our species completely. We didn't do that in World War I and World War II. We didn't address the pathologos family clan beliefs, the primitive savage beliefs that we carry from caveman days that lead to the dog-like loyalty to Hitler that the Germans had. So, because we didn't address the cause of the problems, we still have Nazis. Meaning, we will, unless we do that, we go extinct. But if we do, we can recognize a unique opportunity to surface and address and learn from all of them. And the dialectic, third hypothesis, the non-primitive, the non-savage, the sage-like, the evolved-like, our true purpose from savage to sages, we can master that because the dialectic is needed to address our ignorance or false beliefs and address our goodness, both. So as we learn about what is our goodness, our excellence, we will also surface all of the tribes that say, no, I want to poison the water for people in Detroit because it makes me more money. All of the capitalist scumbags, all of the religious scumbags that want to defend sexism. But the Bible says women should be not seen or speak in church, so I should get to beat women. Bull fucking shit. But we can surface it all because they will come out as we make simple, basic, rational, easy to understand laws like you can't lie publicly on TV, Fox News, advertisers, because you can manipulate people to act against their own interests. Very, very obvious. Every soul benefits by this law. Our species benefits by this law. But people who want to lie to people to harm them for their own profit will stick their hand up and say, I disagree with that law. Our job is to say, good, talk about it. Not put you in a concentration camp for being evil, but let's address why you are opposed in a primitive, savage way to your own benefit. Why? Why are you so fucking stupid? We need to understand that if we are to evolve and save our species. So that's why it's primitive. That's why it's savage. That's why the Greeks called those who take their religious beliefs literally barbarians, because what we're supposed to do is use them as analogies for everything we just have been taught. All of these principles, these forces, these axioms, these causes that allow for our development, we can personify them with stories about gods. That's theology. There isn't literally a Zeus in the sky throwing fireballs, but we can use Zeus to personify the ideal self. There isn't actually a Aphrodite on a clam somewhere, but we can use Aphrodite to personify the ideal state of mind of beauty itself. There isn't actually an Apollo with a bow and arrow hunting, but we can use it to personify a dialectician who uses his aim to hit the mark in the dialectic to benefit souls in their reading. That's theology. If you're too stupid to realize that because you're attached to your images, the Greeks called you a barbarian. We call them today true believers or literalists. So that's why we say savage and primitive as an accurate description of their cognitive functioning. But also we can say zombies, because it's a kind of parasite. It saps your psychic energy. The belief that tells you I'm not good enough, don't reach those goals, just be a nice, quiet, loyal member of the tribe, be a nice, polite Mormon, don't rock the boat, be a nice Scientologist, don't challenge authority. That saps your energy. When you're focused on your goals of reading the logos, and you get a distraction into your fantasies and distractions and beliefs, that takes away your psychic energy and time. It's a psychic parasite. You don't have your problems have you. So it's never a blame or punishment game. Also, when you are stuck in your primitive savage beliefs, you do have some language. You can repeat empty catchphrases. Jesus is Lord. Liberals have blue hair. I like woke tears. There are two genders. If you're brown, you are the devil. If you're not Jewish, you are cattle or goyim. If you disagree with genocide, you're anti-Semitic. Thought-terminating cliches and catchphrases. So there's a very shallow pool of acceptable language or logos, so we call it pseudo-logos. Imitating what a human being who isn't primitive or savage, but is an evolved human being who is sage-like and not savage, has the logos. That's the dialectic. So it's a distorted, it's like the kids' pool. It's not the Olympic pool. There's a shallow amount of water, but it's all covered in piss. Because kids pee in the pool.
These are goons, these gooners.
Not gooners.
Why can't these guys shut up, whether or not it's about Jesus?
That's what we're asking. So, what do we have as human beings? Language, but also we have a capacity for self-reflection. There is no self-reflection for capitalists or conservatives or religious. They're opposed to it. But there is enough self-reflection to reflect on their images and beliefs to keep themselves a loyal Mormon or a loyal Republican or a loyal Unitarian or a loyal whatever the fuck. So again, pseudo or a shallow amount of logos and ousia. That's also why philosophical midwifery is necessary. Logos and ousia is necessary for our development. That's the second and third hypothesis. True ousia and true dialectic. But we're blocked from that by ignorance. Fourth hypothesis, belief, and fifth hypothesis, image thinking. But, as we said, there's enough shallow ousia and logos to keep your problem alive, meaning you can get your ass on that seat with a dialectician, examining your dream or your problem on the board or on a notebook over coffee. This is our method. This is the dialectic. This is the dialectic you can do with a problem. Therefore, if the dialectic has two functions, to remove your pathologos and to perfect your logos, but your pathologos beliefs block your logos, you can't do logos dialectic, but you can do midwifery. Therefore, every human being's highest function, necessary function every day is philosophical midwifery. It can be helped with your dreams, so the best kind of midwifery has your dreams as a guide. Therefore, the best kind of activity a human being can be is a philosophical midwife. So if we give $6 million to a football player or $60 million to LeBron James for doing basketball, we should give $100 million to the dialecticians in the world. And that should be our purpose. So once we meet all human material conditions, well, as we are meeting them in a rational world, philosophical midwifery and dream analysis for everyone, every day, before lunchtime. So that's why we say primitive, that's why we say savage, and that's why we say zombie. It's a virus that saps your psychic energy and keeps you in a script. Zombies can say brains, brains, brains. That is a word. And they can reflect on, are you a living being who has brains? I will eat you. You are not, I won't eat you. So zombie is a fantastic metaphor. Because it keeps us in a script that keeps our whole life on train tracks. If you do not do dream work in midwifery, you will keep that false belief about your goal, your false belief about your goal, and your false belief about the steps to reach that goal, your irrationality and unintelligibility. What is the definition of evil? But we notice it's not evil. That's a false belief to make sense of it. It's actually ignorance. That goal and those steps will keep you on train tracks. Every relationship, you will be attracted to someone who reflects your belief about beauty. You will find someone that will allow you to play that role that you think is good. In your relationships, in your sexual intimacy, in your fantasies, in everything. Keeping you on a train tracks to the inevitable fate. That's the Jesus story. Jesus even had a second hypothesis enlightenment experience, but he failed to do midwifery on his ignorance, so he became savagely, primitively loyal to his religious tradition, identified with Elijah, called him, I thought his role would be king of the Jews, committed treason, and was crucified for it. The raising from the dead story was added 200 years later by the church. So the story of Jesus in the Gospel of Mark, which is the original one, is a cautionary tale about our NPC script that leads us to fate if we don't examine the beliefs that we use to make sense of our peak experiences or the life that we live. Therefore, we can call human beings who have yet to go through philosophical midwifery and dream analysis in a state we call primitive, like cavemen, in a state called savage, because we act savagely towards the best people, the dialecticians. We kill the Socrates people. We act savagely towards our highest goals. So primitive, savage, it's a psychic parasite making us zombies, and it keeps us on an NPC script to our fate. That's why we say primitive, savage, NPC, zombies. That's everyone. That's human beings at this stage of development. That's why our purpose, therefore, is to overcome our primitive nature and become from primitive to philosophers, from savages to sages, from zombies to awakened, independent, free human beings, from NPC script to the hero's journey. Or all of these negatives from the pathologos beliefs to the self-logos dialectic. So you can take any one of these metaphors that represent aspects of human problems and human excellence. That's theology. We've just done a mythology. Only we're not using ancient gods, we're using more modern ideas of zombies and NPCs and savages and primitive cavemen to do with evolution. So this would be a modern theology. Now, it's not literal. If you took it literally, you'd be in this camp. You'd be in the NPC camp, the zombie camp. They are metaphorical. They are metaphors to symbolize aspects of the pathologos. Or, on the opposite side, sages, playing characters, hero's journey, are again metaphors to symbolize the aspects of the logos, the self-logos. Therefore, you can understand our human purpose with the pyramid. One word, dialectic. There you go. You can put that on a t-shirt. The meaning of life to master the art of the dialectic. Stage 2. The dialectic has two functions. To remove our primitive, savage, zombie, NPC script nature of our pathologos or ignorance, to purify that, and to perfect Sage, savages to sages, primitives to philosophers. And you can invent your own for the rest of them. NPCs to main character. Zombies to Leon Kennedy. Sexy Leon Kennedy.
Goon.
And people will goon too.
Gooners.
They're gooners.
Goon.
Yes, lots of gooning to Leon Kennedy. Apparently. So, do you want to understand the meaning of life in one word? There we go. You want two? There you go. You want three? Well, you are in a dialectic that is using your pathologos to put on the throne of self a false image of self. To put on as your state of mind, your family clan states of mind, the negative feelings and emotional states you're in, and you're functioning within the role. That's the fourth hypothesis, pathologos, nature of human problems, described with three aspects. Equally so, the logos can describe it with three aspects as well. The first hypothesis, knowing of self, ruling, the self-logos ruling. The highest state of mind, which is the second hypothesis, which is the paradigm. And your ideal functioning, third hypothesis, dialectic. So there's the meaning of life described with three aspects. Expressed as our problem state or our excellence. Recognized with the dialectic. We can go to 4 steps and see how it plays out within our lives. We start to notice problems. This is the dialectic, 4 parts. We have a conclusion. Do we have a success or a failure? In our dreams, in our life, in our relationships, in anything. Every moment of our life is an object of reflection. Do we have our success, our highest success, as a dialectical return to the sacred source, which is the self, through the self-logos? Or division and conflict is the fate in the NPC script of the zombies. If you recognize either of those, you can have a look at what role you played in that drama of your dreams or whatever or your life. Were you using the dialectical understanding, or were you interpreting through belief? Adding what isn't there or leaving out what is. That's the functioning in divisions, in all of the divisions of your life, of your pathologos belief. Projection, blind spots, that's interpretation. Justice is the perpetual state of dialectical functioning, because it's our purpose. Put you in a flow state, that's the flow state, being in the zone. One leads to a success, one leads to failure. When you notice that, you can ask the question, what state of mind or way of being was I in that led to that functioning or role, that led to that conclusion in my dream analysis, in my dream, or in my life, or in my relationship, or whatever. Now, that state of mind would either be a positive one, reflecting the logos or ousia, or a negative one, reflecting the pathologos. Whatever it is, your job is to infer what must be the definition behind that demonstration of the self. Was that state of mind a reflection of the self-logos? Or was it a reflection of your pathologos image of self? If it was the image, then your job is to trace that back through your history to find the origin scene. That's midwifery. That's the dialectic applied to your pathologos to identify your false self by tracing it back as your unsuspected identity that causes your states of mind, that causes your roles and activities, that causes your conclusions. So you want to understand the meaning of life in 4 steps? There you have it. You want 5 steps? As we go through this developmental learning, we go through the 5 hypotheses. We start as image-thinking people and problems. We examine the beliefs that are its cause. Then we awaken understanding and reading the books that we read. That can awaken us to our highest experience of states of mind. And when we put understanding and states of mind together, Apollo and Aphrodite, we can use the dialectic Hermes to reach the self. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So those are the stages of our soul's development. So we talked about how do we solve human problems in our species. Well, we need to be able to reason through words and confirm in experience, appealing to the highest intelligible experience, what is necessary for the development and growth of our soul. These 5 steps is the map of the growth and development of the soul. So there's our standard. But that's just the truth. Remember, we've got 2 things, logos and pathologos, the truth and our humanness. Meaning we have to recognize at whatever stage of development we're going through these 5 hypotheses, we will reject it. We will fight back. Our zombie virus will speak up and say no. Our NPC script will say, no, I'm a loyal Mormon. I like magic underpants and soaking.
I'm just asking for some gooner men.
I just want some gooner Mormons.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
So we have to also recognize that there are 5 classes of fightbacks or interpretation. We will reject anything new or anyone speaking the truth that threatens our false beliefs that we are primitively, savagely, zombie-likely loyal to. When we can't ignore them for any longer, so the first one is to ignore. We offer an alternatives. Well, okay, I get the idea behind what you're talking about, but everything you're saying is dumb. The way we solve problems is everyone has to love Jesus. Everyone has to wear Mormon underpants, love Joseph Smith. Everyone has to love Lord Xenu of Scientology. That's the 4th, offering an alternative beliefs instead of the new understanding. The next stage of interpretation is taking a small piece, adapting the new. Oh, I like this idea of understanding, but can we use it to understand how to be better Mormons? Taking a piece on the old code of your beliefs. That's number 3. Number 2, I'm taking everything you're saying, but also all of my beliefs and keeping them both. Can I unify the both together? Can I save the old and keep the new? Obviously you can't. So the ultimate goal is to reach number 1, just as our ultimate goal is to reach the first hypothesis. The ultimate kind of interpretation is to accept the new and reject the old or our pathologos. Master the logos and remove the pathologos. It's a final stage of interpretation, which isn't interpretation. So those are the 5 stages of our soul's development, and going through each stage, you will have the 5 kinds of counterattacks that we have to be aware of and be kind to ourselves. And as a dialectician, facilitate that human introduction to new truth. And the way in which we fight back against this new truth in any one of these counterattacks is ignore them. So let's say you're in stage 3, you're taking a piece of the new stage 3 interpretation, putting it on your old coats of bliss. I'm still a Mormon, but I'm going to be a Mormon who does dream analysis, let's say. And someone comes along and said, well, your dreams are going to tell you that you can't have beliefs, that you're harmed by your beliefs. You can't really have the 2 together. I'm going to ignore that. Number 5. So this is our savage nature, our savage negative. So we've got negative interpretations, positive hypotheses, and our negative responses, or our savage response. You'll ignore them. I'll ignore that. I can't ignore you any longer. I'll mock you. You say that my dreams are going to tell me not to be a Mormon. I bet you don't even wear magic underpants. I bet you don't even do soaking.
Goon, 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 goon.
I bet you're a gooner.
Goon, 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 goon.
Queen of gooning.
That's you, the queen of gooning.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
And I'm sad for you. So you mock them. Spammer in chat. Then you might threaten them. You can't mock them. That doesn't work anymore. And well, you're going to go to hell. You're not going to live with us Mormons in Mormon heaven, or I'm going to beat you up. Me and my Mormons, we're going to get our... What do Mormons do? They churn butter. I'm going to get my butter churn and I'm going to beat you with it. Exile. You can't live with us Mormons in Utah anymore. You go to California with you three fingers. You're not in the team. You're not in the family. You're out. Savage. Cast thee out. Kill. The killing of human beings who are speaking the truth that threatens the ignorance that you are blindly, savagely attached to. So if you want to understand the human journey or the human nature in 5 steps, you can use these 5 positive hypotheses along with the 5 classes of counterattacks or interpretations, along with the 5 kinds of negative functioning towards people who are speaking truth. But what we've been learning recently is, of the kinds of pathologos belief that we can have, we can also recognize 5 kinds. There's the 9th hypothesis, which is a kind of nihilism or opposition to physical, to the opposition to the 5th hypothesis, or meaningful parts or activity in the physical world. Nihilism, that's the most sad person. We have 8th hypothesis people. Because of those 5 stages that we can move through, the human condition is you're kind of moving through all of them. The trick is to participate in all of them with the self-logos, with an open, curious mind, intelligibility, ousia, and rational dialectic reflection. So reflect on your images in the 5th. Reflect on their root causes and belief that you're attached to. Reflect on the process of being a dialectician, the dialectician you're talking to, and how to actually understand. Reflect on your peak experiences and states of mind, either in real life or in dreams, or everyday life or dreams. Reflect on the ultimate self, the self-logos. So all of these are things you move through ousia and logos, self-reflection, rationality. If you're attached to your false beliefs, that's the nature of human problems. The kinds of attachment that prevent that development have to be in opposition to any one of those stages we move through positively. So those are the positive hypotheses, the opposition, the negative. The 8th hypothesis is an opposition to, or a kind of pathologos, opposition to the 4th, so it's in that same category with the 4th hypothesis, or the 4th interpretation, or the 4th kind of negative reaction. Opposition to meaningful wholes. So anything beautiful is just $5 worth of paint on a $10 canvas. That's called reductionism, reducing it to its smallest parts. So you're okay with parts. You're okay with parts. You're not 9th. You're better than that. But you're opposed to wholes, meaningful wholes. By the way, materialism. There is no meaningful whole of mind, or there is no meaningful whole of problems that can include our excellence, beauty. So love is just excellence. So beauty, love is just chemicals and serotonin and dopamine. So reducing it to physical parts, which you're okay with. Excellence, beauty, meaning. Oh, we've got meaningful already here. Yeah. Or problems. You can't understand human problems. It's all just survival of the fittest, bro. Just whatever you want it to be. So there's no meaningful holes that we can recognize. So problems aren't inherently solvable, and excellence isn't inherently achievable. It's the kind of, well, ninth is the saddest, eighth is the most tragic, because also they can reduce to physical parts their dreams. So they are blocking themselves from their own spiritual guide and their highest human activity. Seventh hypothesis, kind of pathologos. Now, these are all states of mind you can move in and out of. You're not just in one, but you will have one that's more common. Eighth hypothesis, which is an opposition to the third. That's the one we're looking at now. So no logos, which has a hierarchy, has providence, has care and intelligence, distributed through providence. That's not going to fit. So no hierarchy. Instead, the forces, so you're okay with there being forces. The forces are opposite. Opposite forces. Put this like this. No hierarchy of development. So you're just the good team or the bad team. No development. You don't become better than a Christian. You don't grow out of your beliefs. You're just team Jesus, and I will defeat team Muslim because they're evil. No hierarchy. Opposite forces. No providence, which is intelligence and care. Being distributed. Just war. No meaningful growth. Just eternal conflict within your soul, within the soul, and cosmos. No connection, no providential connection. No connection. Just disconnection. Without any of these, there are no solving problems. Just punishment. So there's no, therefore, guruship. The use of that understanding to solve problems. Just sadism. So the billionaires, the capitalists, the conservatives, and the religious are sadistic. So this is the most common and the most dangerous, because this leads to Armageddon. This all leads to, so when these people have power, death and destruction sweep across the world, and now they have nukes, and they are openly saying, we want to nuke the world so Jesus comes back, which is a sick belief from Paul that this would happen in Paul's lifetime. It should have happened 2,000 years ago, you idiots. But of course, belief is not rational, it's irrational. So even though, rationally speaking, this Armageddon thing you're trying to create by in doing the most sadistic, cruel, harmful behavior, blowing up the world, Can't happen now. It was supposed to happen in Paul's lifetime, you idiots. But of course they will ignore that, mock that, threaten someone for speaking up about that, try and exile that person from society or kill them. Because that's a functioning of the seventh hypothesis, loyalty to their fourth hypothesis belief. So, there therefore is an opposition to, so everyone has one of these as the ruling thing within their own human problem or ignorance. Not a blame game, it's just a telling the truth, giving us the opportunity to learn. Sixth hypothesis is opposition to the second, which is the opposition to a knowable whole. So while the ninth is an opposition to physical parts in the world, there are no meaningful parts, nihilism, we're all in the matrix, it's all delusion. The eighth hypothesis, well, I'm okay with parts, there's just no meaningful wholes. Everything is just atoms, we're just billiard balls in space. Beauty is just paint and love is just chemicals. Dreams are just neurons firing. Materialism or reductionism. Seventh hypothesis, well, I'm okay with there being, so we're in the realm of mind, the third and the second hypothesis. I'm okay with there being forces that govern our universe that might have a spiritual existence, but it's fundamentally good versus evil, opposed to the logos, a hierarchical development of communication providentially for our soul's development. No, it's just war, bro. It's just kill the bad team, bro. So, now of course, the 10th hypothesis we've added would be an opposition to the first hypothesis, our goal. Opposition to self-logos itself. So while all of these 5 positive hypotheses we approach with the self-logos properly as our purpose, so the self-logos or the self, the one self, our ultimate goal, is the final cause, our purpose or destiny, our final cause, also the first cause, meaning it's the cause of the paradigm of pure being, the cause of the dialectical understanding, the cause of its distorted shadow into beliefs, the cause of our problems manifesting the images reflecting those beliefs. Our purpose is to participate with the self-logos to return. So it's the cause of the emanation and our cause of the return. Just as the ruling term of our problems is the 10th hypothesis, the opposition to the self-logos or the pathologos. Therefore, that's the ruling term. All of these other 4 expressions, the 4 expressions of the general categories. Of course, everyone's pathologos is unique, like a snowflake. Like a snowflake.
Now we're getting into extreme Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy.
By saying snowflakes.
If you don't know, now you know.
Now you know. But there are 4 fundamental categories. Everyone has one of these as the most ruling kind of NPC thing you have. Now, while we've identified the worst, the opposition to the third, we've identified the saddest, the 9th, opposition to anything, the most tragic, shooting yourself in the foot with your materialism. You can be very smug or mocking about it, but you're shooting yourself in the foot. The most dangerous and most common, the 7th, that we are currently addressing now in the book. We're left with the best. Now, you're opposed to the brilliant light of being as a non-physical experience of a reality greater than your physical experience as the paradigm, but you're still open to the logos. So these are the people who are usually more open to philosophy because they're more open to reason and understanding and the logos. They like understanding. They accept that problems can be solved. They want to reach excellence. They might even share that with others. Hey, try your best, seek excellence, keep on moving. We ask them a question. Hey, that third hypothesis that you're not opposed to because you're not a 7th hypothesis person, Where do you think that comes from? By the way, when you do reason and understanding, are there certain axioms or principles that you take for granted? Like, for example, the one that we've been talking about, if A equals B and C equals B, then C will also equal A. If this stick is the same size as this ruler, if A stick is the same size as this banana, and this carrot is the same size as this banana, then the carrot will be the same size as the stick. You can't prove that. It's a principle. But you have to accept it to use understanding, because understanding looks for a universal principle. So that if I do this thing, if I want something the same size as this stick, and I've seen the banana does this thing. Let's say if I drop this apple, it will follow gravity. Right. I've recognized gravity happens when I drop this apple from a certain height. A is equal B. But I drop this banana from the same side as the apple. C is equal to B. Then I can expect this banana to operate with gravity. That's the basic of it. That's a basic axiom or principle of reasoning. And there are others. If you add 1 and 1, 2 will be more than 1 and 1. Basic things we take for granted. We ask those people, hey, where do you think they come from? Because there are other things you take for granted that you can't see with your physical senses. You infer beauty, goodness, justice, excellence. You've never seen that in the physical world walking down the street. Hey, Mr. Beauty. Hello, Mrs. Justice. But we want them more than anything, beauty and justice. We get mad if we have an unjust referee, or we don't buy the ugly painting. But also concepts like whole and part. You've never seen a whole. If I show you this chicken, you don't see the back of the chicken. You infer the existence of a whole by seeing the parts. You're doing this with your mind. Philosophy is the movement into the sixth hypothesis. So these are the best people. They've still got a problem because they haven't done midwifery yet. But they're the best because they're open to reason and understanding, which may help them listen to us, less likely to ignore someone like Jed or Socrates or Pierre, mock, or you, threaten us, exile us. Hey, I was even exiled from Emma's Twitch and YouTube.
The more holes, the better.
Yeah, that gooner.
Goon.
It's a total shit show.
Total shit show. She's an example of someone who is interested in understanding to solve problems in society, but is likely opposed to the standard of what a healthy society or healthy soul is an actual objective, knowable, trueable, objective, experienceable, understandable, intelligible thing. I haven't talked to her about it. Again, I've been exiled from the chud moderators, the idiots, the gooners.
You sick fuck.
The sick fucks who operate her YouTube and Twitch moderation. Those morons.
Oh man, that lady's certainly saying bad words.
And she should.
Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out.
What the hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
Those sick freaks. But again, so they're not at the level of Emma. Otherwise, they wouldn't be moderators, they'd be on the show. But if I got to talk to Emma, she might express an opposition to the standard of what a healthy society is, or what the Democratic Party should be, or what true progressivism is. Isn't just the best thing we can think of. is actually a thing that you can learn about and understand and know and insist upon. That's philosophy. That's philosophy. Dianoia, or understanding of the dialectic, is the activity from the brilliant light of being. It's also our method to reach the brilliant light of being. As we help people remove their beliefs, we compare their images of beauty and justice from their parental figures to something. We don't just say, oh, they're not beautiful because they're different than my parents, or they're not just because I don't like the way they treated you. It's because it's different than the standard or model. If we see beautiful things as adjectives, as descriptors, there has to be, in principle, the noun, the substantive. Human ignorance is to ignore that. Now, of the kinds of human ignorance that we are defining now, it's the best one because it's still open to understanding, but it's still a problem. It's going to prevent your development, understanding, and it's going to manifest as problems in your life and your relationships. For a healthy relationship, you need this principle. Now, you start by, like the axioms, trusting it as a principle. That's Aphrodite, accept that it exists so you can seek it. But in a relationship, you've got Emma's partner. They might have problems. Why? Because Emma has her pathologos, this is everyone, this is all, not just Emma, it just happens to be what we're talking about now. Pathologos' belief about beauty and about justice and about goodness that she will be insisting her partner do, and his partner also will have his pathologos ones who he'll be insisting upon, and after the honeymoon period, that becomes the source of the conflict. A healthy relationship recognizes that there is a true model that both people can put their attention on, both Aphrodite and Apollo, to develop the excellence which is common to both of them. That's the self, the second hypothesis, state of mind, and the dialectic art. So those problems will be communicated to her in her dreams, in her relationships, in her life. In the way she tries to butt her head against the wall, trying to talk to the Democrats or the leftists who are not open to this. Maybe even expressed in the conflict that she has with the philosophers that show up in her Twitch and YouTube chat room, who are being exiled by moron, zombie, savage, primitive, NPC, chud brains. Baby-brained, baby mush-brained people.
That's weird that you think that.
And they are weird.
These are goons, these gooners.
Those gooners. So they're open to there being a whole, but their whole is just something we invent with our own thinking. These are the isms. Capitalism, Marxism, Nazism. And you can even represent that with Mickey Mouse. Because Mickey Mouse is something that you can pretend has an existence, has its own way of talking. There are things that it can and that it will do and it won't do. It won't ever make Pluto do dog fighting, but it might buy Minnie Mouse an ice cream. So there are rules, there's a kind of logos, kind of language that he has, a kind of activity he does, but it's all just made up. It's imaginary. Like Mickey Mouse. Marxism, capitalism, socialism, Nazism, all the isms. These people think there is a whole that we all need to come around towards that is rational, that governs the world, that can create our excellence, but it's just something we invent. Now, of course, there are better ones. Socialism is, of course, way, way better than the evils of capitalism or Nazism or tyrannical communism. Obviously, but it's not the ideal. It's not going to wake you up to philosophy, which is your purpose as a soul. So that's where we are in the book. We've added another stage to the Great Pyramid. And if you see on my thumbnails on YouTube, Pyramid Head, that's why he's there. Before people were gooning over Leon Kennedy in the new Resident Evil, they were gooning over Pyramid Head in Silent Hill for some reason. Girls are weird sometimes.
Goon.
Yes, they were gooning.
Goon.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
So that's Pyramid Head. Or the weirdo gooner girls in the... I don't know. Garbage.
Hey, whoa, don't, that's a scary voice, man. Don't do that. Hey, my kids watch this.
Sorry about your kids. Right, so those are the meaning of life in one word, dialectic. In 2 words, its expression in the logos and pathologos. 3 words, those 2 expressions in our image, state of mind and functioning. 4 words, how that plays out within the drama of our life, understood within the dialectic. Our self-image, state of mind, functioning, a role in our conclusion, which is the dialectic. And as we go through that development, the 5 stages of development of our soul, the 5 kinds of interpretation that we will have as our pathologos fights back, interprets back, the 5 kinds of savage negative ways we react to truth and people telling the truth, ignoring, mocking, threatening, exiling, killing, and the 5 there's 5 of all of these, the 5 kinds of negative hypotheses, which are the classes of pathologos from saddest to best, but still bad, leading to the 10th hypothesis, an understanding of the pathologos itself, which is itself necessary. You can't, apparently, according to the master of the art, Dr. Grimes, who we're reading right now, you can't completely remove your pathologos unless you also understand the ruling term itself. So you learn about the pathologos by experiencing your individual one, whether it be in 9th, 8th, 7th, or 6th, or whether it's a combination of those. Again, they're states of mind you can move in and out of. But you're not just understanding your own thing, you're also learning about the pathologos itself. You're not just here to purify your false beliefs, you're here to master the art. And how can you master the art of the dialectic unless you master, first of all, well, together, the first hypothesis of the self-logos, which requires an accepting of this new truth and a removal of your pathologos, and a removal of the 10th hypothesis, pathologos. You have to reach the first hypothesis and remove the 10th hypothesis. Kill or sacrifice. So this is the difference between religion and philosophy. And one way of understanding it is with one word, sacrifice. What believers sacrifice is the positive, the development of the self-logos through those positive. What the philosopher sacrifices is the 10th hypothesis opposition to the self-logos, the pathologos. That's what we sacrifice. Because you can't know the self itself as the self-logos while simultaneously carrying a false image of yourself being a small bean or a bad noodle in any way. So that's the whole human condition and the whole human drama as a map in 5 parts with 4 different categories. But this is the principle of analogy, as above, so below. You can gain insight into any one of these by jumping. Hey, belief, 4th hypothesis. What's the kind of rejection? Offering alternative beliefs. Oh, isn't that similar? So that's the thing. You can gain insight into any one of them because the relationships between the terms remain, but the terms change. That's likeness, that's analogy, that's one of those primary axioms or principles you have to take for granted. So our negative hypotheses are like, but different. So same and different. So like the 5 positive, the 5 interpretations, the 5 negative reactions. As above, so below. This as above, so below thing or likeness is what Socrates introduced, what we're reading now. What was it I saw a second ago? The principle of likeness, the principle of analogy. The 5 parts of the soul's development and what's involved in that progression. The things we have to challenge, the things that come up as interpretations, the things we have to get around to find the truth. Same and different. There's something about likeness. The primary axiom of likeness is necessary to recognize the analogy between these terms. But also we're using the primary idea of likeness as a root axiom or principle we have to take for granted, necessary for our return. So whatever stage we're on of these positive hypotheses, it's not nothing, it's not nihilism. It's likeness. There is something the same about the self in the 5th, but also different. And that's the one Socrates gave us. When I was in the 5th hypothesis, I thought there was no connection to mind. What I recognized was actually that's a metaphor about the self, not the mind. And the metaphor wasn't that we're disconnected, it's that the self transcends all of this. It's beyond experience. So we can free ourselves with this principle of likeness, but this principle of likeness is primary. It's the primary idea or axiom for unfolding and for return, and for us to be able to understand that whole thing with these 5 parts, which are all analogous or like each other within the same categories, within different classes. So that's a nice summary of the pyramid, adding what we've been discovering recently of the dialectic, which brings us nicely back to what we're doing today. We are learning a specific dialectic on how we address the most threatening, the most common, the most dangerous of pathologos, the one Jesus has, the one that most people have in our society, that the forces of reality is good versus bad, God versus the devil, my team versus your team, savage, primitive, zombie-like, NPC script that leads to itself Armageddon. And in our doing it, we are taking the principle of likeness for granted, which we have to do until we reach those higher levels, and becoming like the divine. If the self and reality communicates our drama as a message about what we need to know about the logos and how to remove our pathologos, then by us becoming like Socrates, like the author of this book, like our dream maker, we are becoming like the ideal. We are becoming excellent. And it's that likeness that allows our development, as it allowed for the unfoldment. Likeness. We're all reflections of self in different dimensions of reality, reflecting the self back to itself for our mastery of that understanding through the dialectic in our return. So that's what we're doing. And of course the end, or the NPC script ends with Armageddon. The complete destruction of our species and planet. Armageddon. That's where we are in the book. Fun? Exciting? Are you excited to play a fun game, reading a book that's awesome anyway, learning simple basic steps of using a couple of ideas, but in a couple of steps, to see that kind of a warring God can't exist? The 7th hypothesis. Should war be up there somewhere? Yep, just not written very well. Let's do it again. That kind of warring God can't exist. That kind of just punishment devil can't exist. Punishment is not a solution to problems. Armageddon, therefore, we don't have to seek. It's fun anyway. We're learning how to do it. We're learning how to remove or address rationally the most dangerous and prevalent belief, making ourselves just and like the self that we are seeking. Likeness. And if you like it, then I like you too.
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if
And she spit on him also.
And we're joy maxing and she spit on them also.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
So let's jump in and nail down these dialectics for us. Here we are. Okay. So, with the pyramid in our back pockets, thank you for our friend Sus and her question. Why do we call human problems or the functioning? We're not calling humans savages. We're calling a mode of being that is savage. We are calling that savage. Why do we call it that? Because there are racists and fascists who use that word in an inappropriate way. We're not doing it that way. To describe the functioning of human beings towards ourselves, towards our species, towards our planet, and towards what is good and true and our own interest in a negative, hostile way, reflecting our primitive caveman roots, irrationally and unintelligibly. That's what we mean by savage. And humans are fucking savage. Have you heard anything about what happens on Epstein Island? Have you heard anything about the military-industrial complex? Have you heard anything about systemic poverty and slavery through capitalism? We are savage. But again, not because we're evil or because of racist bullshit, because of the nature of human problems being ignorance in our pathologos. So thank you for that question, friend in chat. To you we say, I'll scoop the moon for you.
my head is quite large and filled with secrets.
Okay, say that as well.
The T-virus will transform me into an epic creation.
That's also true. Lots of true things.
If you don't know, now you know.
And now you know. Okay, so where are we? Right, we are finished last episode with this bombshell. Our mysteries reveals truth, yours conceal it with piety. Let's review the dialects we have. Can a god... So this is where it all starts from. Hey, by the way, your idea of God ain't what we have been talking about in our understanding of what theology is. Metaphorical personification of the forces of metaphysics that we are learning right now. But it's a spiritual force that guides a certain people through history. And we pointed out this ties back to an earlier section in the text where it defines the Abrahamic religious traditions as a slave god, a servant of the people, and all it wants is for them to be in charge, which sounds fucking babyish and stupid, sounds moronic.
Unbelievable sluts these days.
I know these
You've
days.
been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
That's
Okay,
us.
that sounds stupid.
Then it sounds stupid, because, oh really? How convenient. The God that exists wants nothing more but for you to be in charge? Oh yeah, and it wants you to, and it hates whoever you hate, and it likes whoever you like? Oh wow, fantastic. Oh what? And it says you can kill and destroy people you don't like and take their land and resources? Wow. Wow. I guess that must be true. Oh, the guy next to you says the exact same thing, but he is the one in charge. Oh, modern Christians follow Paul, who says the exact same thing. In opposition to what we see Jesus talking about in Mark, about understanding and states of mind. So, your God is a spiritual force that guides a certain people through history, okay? That's what it is. Jesus' reaction is, no, this is what I think God is. So, there's a question whether or not he's in his pathologos counterattack, but he is telling us about his problem. So at least he's talking, and we can address his own reasoning. The God, I believe, has to exist. Necessary. So that's a standard for us. So whether we're reasoning through, in our reasoning through words, through the dialectic, we come to conclusions. Those conclusions, one of the standards is it has to exist necessarily. Either a contradiction follows, or an impossibility or absurdity follows if it doesn't, or it has to necessarily exist, and therefore we've proven a point. So the idea of necessity isn't bad. But let's see if it is a necessity. The God of my people is necessary to overcome evil that is spawned by the evil one, Satan. Spawned by the evil one. Spawned by the evil one. Satan. Okay, lots of fun. We're reaching Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy.
Jester Goon Maxed.
That's right. Okay, so this is now we are learning how to respond to someone with such a belief. Defining the terms. God and Satan are not only opposites, but distinct and separate from each other, yet having the power to be and do what they do, which sounds to us like he's simply defining number 7. Opposite forces, they still exist. We should add that in here actually as well, because we're not opposed to there being mind, because we are not in the second, not in this. Let me say this properly. So we can see in our map the physical world applies to the 4th and 5th hypothesis, the realm of mind to the 2nd and 3rd, and the self to the 1st. Therefore, the oppositions are in the same realm. So 9th, nihilism and materialism, this only in the physical world. So if you're in the 7th, you do accept that there is a force that has a kind of being and functioning. What's this garbage under here? Look at this garbage. You're garbage. You're garbage. So, as a power to be and do. So there is some sort of power. Some sort of power in a causal force. The third, opposition to the 3rd, or the logos. So there is some sort of power to be and do. But there are opposing forces, and there's no meaningful connection between the two. So no solving of problems, no hierarchical providence, none of that. That's the definition of the 7th. So distinct and separate against the logos, having the power to be and do what they do and be. So we're still in the realm of mind. Now we've identified the hypothesis he's in, let's address it. To contemplate evil or to act evil in an evil way is to act irrationally and unintelligible. We're defining evil. And what do we see today? We saw today that it happens to be opposed to the 2nd and 3rd. That is, to contemplate evil as your goal, which we said is to contemplate a bad goal is unintelligible because you want your good goal. And it's unintelligible because it's not an object of contemplation. The dialectic focuses on being and beauty and justice and whole and part that exist. They have a power to be and do what they do. They are knowable. So that's that thing we said to Grandma. Hey, you're not as wise as Socrates because he knows nothing. It's he knows what is intelligible, what is an object of knowing. And knowing who's going to win the sports game isn't one of them. Grandma.
Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out, Grandma. Come on.
You suck. You're ugly. I'm gonna get your ass.
Well, R.M. Brown going a bit hard on his grandma there. So it's unintelligible. Whoops. So to contemplate as your goal what is bad is unintelligible. Also, the steps in our activity that we go through in time to reach our goal could also be bad. That is irrational. Which is interesting because that would mean the good is rational, or the dialectic or third hypothesis, and intelligible, the second, which we define as wisdom. Earlier in the text we said it's our standard for truth. How do we demonstrate the logos as our way of governing our society and not fascism or conservatism? Demonstrate through words, pointing to the intelligible experience. Therefore, someone like Emma in this, whose problem is likely, not guaranteed, I don't know, I've got to talk to her and stuff. The sixth hypothesis is open to rationality, but still needs the intelligible experience as a objective standard of truth for justice in society. Right? And that's wisdom. The two together, wisdom. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting? Yes. I like it. It simplifies things, doesn't it? You either got a goal or steps. The goal is either intelligible or not. The steps are either rational or not. So, a personification of bad is simply a personification of what is irrational and unintelligible. We're also seeing that hanging on human problems is belief. Beliefs, you can believe that these bad things reach a good, or the bad goal is actually what you should have. So, beliefs cause the problems. Those who say, what about Grandma who's too stupid? Then help her understand. But she's too stupid. She needs fairy tales. Oh, okay, that's theology. Make sure the theology is actually about what's true. If you're going to make a story about gods, do what we did. About savages and zombies and primitives and all that sort of stuff. Make it about Spider-Man if your grandma likes Spider-Man. The point is, we want to tell the truth. Even in our theology or mythology. Oh my goodness. I'm back. Let's go back to it. It's my bed. My bed's crap. I got sold a bullshit bed. Con artist. Annoyed. Okay. So, is that true? Contemplate evil, which the devil must be doing. Think, oh, I need to do evil. I want to do evil. That's unintelligible. To act evil, it's not going to help him. That's why he's a bad guy. Yes, to sin is to miss your mark. To act irrationally is to act against your own spiritual goals. The good does not share his attributes with evil because they are different as they are opposites. Do we share in the truth that for a God to be a God, he must remain in a perfect state? So God doesn't suddenly become evil. And in a perfect state, that goodness would be his essential mark. So a God, its essential mark is always being and must be good. Yes. Now we're ignoring the idiosyncratic language that might be messages about Jesus's particular pathologos. We drink from the same cup and praise the same God. We're ignoring that because we're not doing midwifery. We're doing the dialectic first, the logos dialectic first. But you can see in all of his answers, yes. He didn't say yes. He just said, you said it rightly. We drink from the same cup and praise the same God. No, we don't. No, we're ignoring that. Now, we talk about moving fast like a rogue. There's no rule that says you can't do both. You can't say yes and also, hey, you said yes, we're going to take that yes. But by the way, do you notice the way you said yes was drink from the same cup and praise the same God? We're not going to talk about that now, but let's write it down so that after our conversation, we can mine it for insight into your pathologos. That's that would be, I suppose, the ideal. If you have someone in your life you love and trust to that point, you can move quickly like a rogue. The expression is quickly like a thief. Class. But of course, Jesus isn't mature enough in his understanding of the logos and dialectic and the pathologos, so we're going to do one at a time here. But there's a possibility. So as I say, if you find a person in your life with a good heart and good head, who is interested in their own removal of problems and development of their excellence, both in this life and beyond, then make sure you give them my phone number and I will make them my girlfriend.
Damn, you really are a gooner.
Because I'm really I'm kidding.
Oh, very handsome and or pretty.
That's right. But the principle is really you be friends with them and you can move quickly in your development. Because it's not a one-person game. You need someone to talk to. And if you're on this, that's what we talked about a moment ago with the idea of the relationship, a shared common goal that you can both move towards together. So we're not doing that now. We're ignoring the drinking from the same cup weirdness, you weirdo.
These absolute dullards, borderline chimps, who want to kiss a fox.
I've been a bad little girl.
Calm down, Emma. So therefore, God abides eternally in his own state, and in doing so preserves his nature. Then, would you agree his nature is always good? Well, since his nature is always good, he will utter no falsehoods, nor would he act in an evil way. What have we got? Number 1. To contemplate or act evil means to be unintelligible or irrational. Step 1. Step 2. The essential mark of a god is eternally what it is. And what it is good, so it's eternally preserving its nature or eternally good. So we've defined evil, we've defined good. If it being eternally good, step 3, he wouldn't speak or do a falsehood in speech or an evil act in activity. See, very simple. But through likeness, we are becoming clear and simple in our own reasoning. Yes, the God over all heaven and earth has a nature of unfathomable goodness. Notice, if he was your boyfriend, if you loved him as much as the Gooners love Leon Kennedy in the new Resident Evil game.
Goon, 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 goon.
That's how much they go. Oh. Anyway. Then, oh, by the way, unfathomable goodness. Let's write that down in a notepad for later. If you wanted to move quickly like a thief towards your excellence and goal and enlightenment. Well, not doing it right now. Jesus isn't Socrates' boyf. They're not. Okay, stop there. We'll stop there. Then would such a God be at war if war is the abandonment of the intelligible? So what's the next step? 1. Evil is unintelligible and irrational. 2. God is eternally good, preserving his nature, by definition. So we've defined evil, we've defined God. Therefore, definition of God to demonstration. That's the dialectic. Therefore, he can't function in an evil or in an evil way. What's functioning in an evil way? We just define that. To act evil is unintelligible or irrational. Therefore, one more step, war, wouldn't you agree, is the abandonment of the intelligible. You're not solving problems with intelligibility. You are wreaking death and destruction upon the world. Therefore, we have 4 steps. War, number 4, is unintelligible or evil. So 4 equals to 1. Evil cannot be 3, cannot be the activity of God, or could not be, to act evil is to speak or do in a wrong way. And that, acting evil is not the same as not speaking or doing evil, and not speaking or doing evil is the nature of God. So we are we're using, even in the dialectic, we're using that axiom we talked about. If war, which we've defined as unintelligible, is not acting evil, and God is not acting evil, that's that principle. If A equals B and C equals B, then A will also equal C. Therefore, war is not God. Therefore, the idea of a God that can be at war is impossible. So just with simple, reasoned reflection, understanding, which is what we can do as humans, can't do as cabbages or caterpillars. For war is not equal to God. Fun? So the Abrahamic God cannot exist. The God of Paul. Now, if we want to read the Gnostic Gospels and the Gospel of Mark and see that God might represent a state of mind, that's different. But hey, Jesus still grew up with Abrahamic religious bullshit. So even if Jesus did talk about higher states of mind as the kingdom of heaven, he still might be carrying this thing as Socrates did when he was young. Difference between him and Socrates is Socrates then discovered music, was inspired by the inherent logos or harmony of music, went on to meet that woman, that beautiful young woman who talked about what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking, and is it the whole of God? Went on to read some stuff by Heraclitus, went on to meet a dialectician, Parmenides, learned the dialectic, and went on to do dream analysis. All things that Jesus didn't do, but you know who did? Achilles did something very similar. So we could get into the Odyssey at some time. Or the Iliad, even better. That's on the horizon for us. Especially if we get patrons that support the channel. So, I don't know if that's going to happen, but we can hope. So, defeated the Abrahamic God. Hooray. Practice with your friends. Loudly at the coffee shop to show everyone how smart you are. How wise you are. Okay, now can we defeat Satan? So if war is the abandonment of the intelligible, then such a God could not be at war, while remaining in that good state. Jesus says, for you, the intelligible befriends the good, while the rest of us it casts a deceptive shadow over all. So he's introducing a tangent. Again, his own unique language, his doubt of the intelligible. By the way, doubting the first, second, or third hypothesis is a message about our fear or doubt of mind, self, or dialectic understanding, a mark of our pathologos. So we can recognize he might be trying to introduce his interpretation, introduce his pathologos, but Socrates ain't going down that road. I'm sorry, pal. I'm going to keep going. We are going to keep going. We're not going to get baited.
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
We're not going to get baited by you weirdo. Right?
Everything this guy does is perfect and beautiful. And he's handsome. I said it.
I'm glad that someone is finally saying it. Satan. Must we not agree that Satan, as the personification of evil, would lack the ability to act and plan and act intelligently towards any good he desires, because his actions cannot reflect what is good and intelligible. So going back to that first definition of evil, unintelligible or irrational. Step 2, planning or having a good goal is rational and intelligible. 3, Satan is the personification of evil. That means 3. So 1 is not equal to 2. Evil is not equal to planning. 3, Satan is equal to 1 in that same axiom. Therefore, Satan is not equal to 2. Now, the principle is things that are equal to themselves are equal to the same thing, so we can say it this way. We want to be more accurate. Evil means not intelligible. And planning is intelligible, so it's not. So 1, unintelligible evil is not equal to 2. Satan is equal to 1. Therefore, 3 is also equal to not 2. So there we go. There's our use of the axiom in the dialectic to so that's our conclusion. So there we go. So 1 is equal to not 2. So evil can't plan because that's unintelligible. Satan equals evil. Therefore, conclusion, Satan also can't plan. And we're going to call that conclusion 4. Therefore, Satan can't plan or act intelligently towards any goal he desires. See? Fun? Cool? Simple? Didn't have to appeal to any holy books. Didn't have to appeal to a guy wearing a funny hat. Didn't have to appeal to our team versus another team. Didn't have to put anyone in prison, take away their money. Didn't have to bomb anyone. Let's keep going. War requires marshalling and preparing forces for an upcoming battle. So war requires 2, planning, which is also rational or intelligible. Therefore, if 3 is not 2 and 5 is 2, make that 4 over there. Our conclusion, which was number 4, that's Satan cannot plan intelligibly. War is intelligible, so 5 equals 2. We've already said 3 is not 2. Therefore, three being not 2 cannot be 5. There's our conclusion. Satan cannot participate in war. That's what we call conclusion 6. So we've gone from 4 ideas to a conclusion. To 6 ideas, but we've got 1, so we've got 3 ideas to get conclusion 1, and then we've added a 5th idea to get conclusion 2. So hey, get same amount of ideas, but we had 2 conclusions along the way. So, can you memorize that? Can you practice it on your friends? If you do, you're doing Aphrodite on your way to becoming like yourself, or you are being like yourself. Hooray for you. Evil is not rational or intelligible. Planning is rational and intelligible. Satan is equal to evil. Therefore, Satan is also not able to plan or act rationally. War requires rational action. Therefore, Satan can't participate in war. So an idea of Satan as a warring God, as a warring spiritual force at war with the good, cannot exist. Just as a God that participates in war cannot exist either. So we've defeated the Abrahamic God. We've also defeated Satan. Hooray! Didn't have to murder or exclude anyone. So proud is Satan that he accepts moments of victory to satisfy his own evil nature. What's that worth if you know how it's gonna end? What do you mean he's going to sacrifice his nature to reach his goal? Because he's not going to reach his goal. His plans must fail because they lack intelligibility. Well, he doesn't know that because he's so arrogant, says Jesus. If Satan was vanquished in such a way, would he come to know Okay, this is our own dialectic. So this might not have been made clear to Jesus, but we can do it because we've been reading this book. If Satan was vanquished, would he come to know, in good overcoming evil, that evil itself was annihilated and only good exists? In other words, if the war is over. So at the end, at the consequence of that war, if evil vanquished, vanquished, which means good overcoming evil. Would Satan know that evil itself is annihilated and therefore only good exists? Now this is interesting because that's what they're after. Only goodness. So where's our development? If our purpose as evolving into human form is to pick up false images and beliefs that represent our false images that we're attached to of ourself that prevents our spiritual development, how the fuck are we going to do that now? Why would we even be reincarnated here? To learn what we have to learn by understanding and removing what we carry that's false, what's not the self, because the self isn't an experience, but you can see what it isn't, either in its reflection in being or in its distorted reflection in our problems. How can we address our problems if only good exists? Where's our place for learning? So, interesting metaphysical consequences if Jesus comes back in their fantasy, but let's keep going. We're not going down that road. So, if Satan was vanquished, evil itself is gone as well. So that means we defeat Satan, we defeat evil. So let's make that more clear. If we defeat Satan, we also defeat evil. Defeat. Don't be a gooner. Some gooners like feet for some reason. I don't get that. Defeat evil.
Goon, 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 goon.
Goon, goon, goon. Therefore, only good exists. Right, so take out one, take out the other, and that also implies only good. The evil of Satan moves across the earth, leaving destruction and misery in its wake. Oh. What? Periodic sweeping across the land of humanity, sweeping death and destruction in his wake? Literally, it's a callback to earlier in the text, where we understood the nature of society's problems is when conservatives, who are identified with the pathologos as their group, clan, barbaric, savage, primitive, zombie, NPC way of being, venerating that, when they gain power, with their fear of understanding and mind, so unintelligible and irrational, out of a fear, not out of evil, out of a fear, because fear of mind is tied to belief, not evil, which also we've defined as unintelligent and irrational. Fear, when they gain power, death and destruction sweeps across the land. When the literalists, the believers, gain power. It's a callback. We looked at that earlier today because we had to say, hey, how do we overcome this problem? Well, understanding that's what they're doing, but also demonstrating by reason, reflection, confirmed in experience by those whose primary interest is a love of wisdom, second and third, pointing to the experience of intelligence, showing that only one idea is true, theirs is false. And it's just what they're used to growing up. They've only been exposed to the drama of their belief and the fear the perils of non-belief, not in the clan anymore. So, It's a callback to actually understanding why death and destruction sweep across our race. So what's Jesus doing? He's forgetting or rejecting, or he's either going back to a pyramid, his own logos of understanding, he is himself. So it's not just how we respond negatively to others speaking the truth, but it's how we react to our own understanding or the truth itself. He is either make it a bit bigger, that's what she said.
You have the brain of a child if you think that.
Come on.
You suck. You're ugly.
We're making a silly joke.
Hubba hubba. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied.
See, Emma can
Be a
gooner,
reasonable gooner.
so long as she's a reasonable gooner. He's either ignoring his own understanding or rejecting that new truth or logos that he came to see himself. Or he's offering an alternative. So he's ignoring what he came to, or either rejecting or offering an alternative. So he's in one of these two classes of interpretation, because we know already he's come to an understanding of why death and destruction sweep across the world. Literalists, believers, conservators. The evil of Satan moves across the earth, leaving destruction and misery in its wake. And its constant victory over the good gives ample proof of its existence, when in fact, what we've already seen, the reason why ignorance sweeps death and destruction across the world is we all have a pathologos false belief which functions in opposition to the logos truth and understanding in some kind of a way, some worse than others. And it's our lack of recognizing that and learning the dialectic, doing midwifery, so that we can insist only those who have mastered midwifery and the dialectic should rule. Otherwise, believers will just carry their own pathologos into rulership positions to inflict the negative implications of that on the world. So why does ignorance keep winning? We haven't understood wisdom, and we haven't venerated it to the way it should be. We give billions and billions of dollars to the biggest grifters in capitalism, conservatism, religion, but we don't give the billions and billions of dollars to the philosophers. Is that simple? Also true for our soul. Make sure the logos rules your soul and not your own beliefs and images, even though you have been doing that up until now, most of us. So Socrates ignores that. Again, if he was boyfriends with him, if he was his boyf, he could say, let's write that down for later. But keep going. Can what has been thoroughly defeated continue to exist? See, there's an art to this. He's not picking up the tangents. Because Jesus can just vomit out 10 things that are nonsense, and it would take us 10 hours to unravel it. Lying is OP. Forget about it. Stay on track. So if you defeat Satan, you defeat evil, meaning only good exists. Next step. Ignoring Jesus' idiosyncratic language reflecting his individual pathologos. If it's thoroughly... Oh, that's a funny word to spell. Thoroughly defeated. Can it continue to exist? It can't continue to exist. Okay, it's interesting because we talked about God remaining in its eternal state. Well, if we can defeat evil, And if we defeat Satan, we also defeat evil, but we're also continuing. It doesn't come back if it's thoroughly defeated. As long as the continuous war rages in the soul, it mirrors the cosmic war. Okay, so he's also using an axiom, as above, so below. But again, without understanding. He's not a philosopher. Until he looks down from heaven and sees this dream and becomes a follower. And if he's doing that, hi Jesus. Hi Jesus.
This is why I love this channel, man.
It's not being crazy. It's called reaching a higher sense of being.
I'm not crazy for speaking to Jesus. I'm reaching a higher state of being. Right, Emma?
I'm cute. Like, it's cutie pie.
I don't see how that's relevant, but we'll allow it. If evil is only found in man, in his deeds and thoughts, why not look for the cause where it springs up, rather than in a war between heaven and earth? Okay? So we're addressing that. So evil, different color. Evil is found in the deeds and thoughts of man. There's our irrationality and unintelligibility. Our irrational deeds and our contemplative, unintelligible thoughts that we contemplate. Of man. Why not look for the cause where it springs up? So why not look for the cause where it springs up, or where we see its effects? Rather than invent another way of making sense of it. You seek to end the war within mankind that leaves its source untouched. So he's saying, well, I believe its source is somewhere else. Where will evil play itself if it finds no home in the soul of mankind? So actually this next step is required because this is the dialectic as well. Hey, if the source of evil, which you say therefore proves that Satan exists, so you therefore say because of thoughts and deeds of mankind, this means therefore because there is evil found in the thoughts and deeds of mankind, therefore a war between heaven and hell, or Satan and God. Now notice, a war between heaven and hell is different than saying a war between Satan and God. So we're learning that as a dialectician, you can tweak your language. Heaven and hell adds more to it, but we can see that underlying it, just so we are more precise, underlying his thoughts, he is looking at Satan and God. It also includes heaven and hell, which adds other stuff to it, of course. Reincarnation, afterlife, punishment. So Socrates wants to look for its cause where it springs up. It's not there yet, because he's saying, hang on a second. Therefore, if no home or place for evil in soul of mankind, which is looking for the cause where it springs up, if there's no home for evil, we've defeated evil. If we've defeated evil, we've also defeated Satan. If we've defeated Satan and evil, there's only good that exists. Therefore, what is thoroughly defeated cannot continue to exist. And even Satan knows that only good now exists. If we can defeat the cause of... So this is what Socrates is saying to us. Therefore, if the evidence for evil existing is the negative deeds and thoughts of man, leading to believers to justify evil and Satan, and therefore a war between Satan and God, or heaven and hell. Let's include heaven and hell. We might as well defeat the idea of heaven as a sick idea that justifies people's sick beliefs, and hell, which is used to scare the shit out of children and adults alike. Heaven and hell. Running out of space. Heaven and hell. So Socrates is saying, hey, look for the cause where it springs up. So if we look for the cause where it springs up within the negative thoughts and deeds of men, or the nature of the cause of our irrationality and unintelligibility, come on. Look for the cause where it springs up, which is the irrational and unintelligible. So the anti-3, anti-2, intelligible thoughts or deeds and thoughts. So irrational deeds and thoughts of man. Or man's soul. Man's soul. Thoughts in man's soul. If we can find the cause of the unintelligible and irrational deeds and thoughts of man's soul and address them. So if we address this, therefore, there is no home for evil. Therefore, we have defeated thoroughly defeated evil. If we have thoroughly defeated, have a different one. If we have thoroughly defeated evil, so thoroughly defeated evil, we've already established. Then we've also, that equals, we thoroughly defeated Satan. What's thoroughly defeated cannot continue to exist. Which means Satan and evil cannot exist. And that means only good remains up here. Therefore, there's not necessary to no war between heaven and hell. So, we have thoroughly defeated Satan and evil and any war between heaven and hell, leaving only good to remain if we address the cause of the unintelligible and irrational deeds in men's soul, which was the evidence for evil. By the way, at the start of today's episode, what do? We looked at why beliefs are necessary for human injustice. Because beliefs can convince you the bad goal is worth contemplating in your thoughts. It can also, understanding can't, because you actually understand and contemplating the good, which is the work of the dialectic. Therefore, the meaning of life, again, the dialectic. Beliefs can also convince you the steps that are bad, hurting people, punishment, can lead to a good goal, which is irrational. It is irrational to say punishment helps. Doesn't. Can't. It's irrational. It's stupid. Therefore, the source of irrationality within the soul of man isn't evil, but belief. While the source of goodness isn't a mystical Jesus figure or God figure, it is the rational and the intelligible, both of which we can experience ourselves as wisdom. And as we just read a second ago, it's to be able to demonstrate with reason and experience of the intelligible that is our standard of truth. Therefore, so given all that, color. So conclusion. Addressing the irrationality and unintelligibility which we had defined, which he defined as evil within the soul of mankind, not males. Addressing the irrational, which is equal to addressing belief and our savage and our loyalty to it, which is the kinds of belief we are savagely loyal to in opposition to our goodness, addressing pathologos belief, which is equal to philosophical midwifery, use of the dialectic, means no need for the war between heaven and hell, and which means we have thoroughly defeated not only evil, but also evil and Satan, and therefore only good remains. Therefore, by recognizing philosophical midwifery and doing it to address the cause of our problems, which is the irrationality and unintelligibility, which is caused by our pathologos belief, by doing that, which is the dialectic called midwifery, there is no need to invent a war between heaven and hell, meaning we have thoroughly defeated Satan, we've thoroughly defeated evil, and only good remains. So within your soul, the activity of philosophical midwifery leaves only good remaining in your soul as it addresses the cause of your unintelligibility and irrationality that some would call evil, but we call pathologos belief or ignorance. And thoroughly defeated. In other words, you can be free of your problems. Some people have asked that question for a long time. Within the circle of those who have been doing philosophical midwifery, there's been a question that has been on the tip of everyone's lips for decades and decades. Do you still retain a piece of your pathologos in your human life? Or can you thoroughly defeat it? I think one of the post-mortem nen, if you're a hunter lover, gifts that Pierre Grimes has left us in this book might be an answer to that question that people, and myself included, have wondered about for decades. Can you thoroughly defeat your problems? I think we've just been given a fantastic gift. Yes. Also, the battle between heaven and earth isn't just a cosmic battle. Jesus says it plays out within the war rages within the soul. But also we've seen Socrates point out, hey, music. I grew up with these 7 hypothesis jabronis. When he talked about his own childhood. Let me share some things about my life, says Socrates. Early in my youth. Oh, by the way, I remember Pierre saying something similar about his life. Early in my youth, I heard of the repeated refrain that life is empty of meaning. All we face is perpetual war, death, and dishonor. My life. Ever since I remember, every time after The Simpsons, there's the news and it says, war in the Middle East, war in the Middle East. But that's normal, that's acceptable. All we face is war. War is normal, war is fine. Just do war, war is fine. The view, the seventh hypothesis, ignorance. The view was held that there was a war between heaven and earth. So bringing in the war between heaven and earth, or heaven and hell. Oh, interesting, heaven and earth. Hell, oh, interesting. Oh, there's another tidbit. The war between heaven and hell is the same as the war between heaven and earth. Therefore, where is hell? Where do we find the injustice that we suffer the consequences of and play out its implications? Where do we find that? Earth. Hades. The war between heaven and earth, or heaven and hell, between good and evil, is unending and eternal. The conflict was not merely between these mighty cosmic forces, but played out within our very souls. If you join the forces of good over evil, you gain heaven, with all non-believers going to hell. Obviously, there was no place or role for meaning in this eternal conflict, and certainly no escape. So the believers condemn all those that oppose them, and I stay with this early group at the time since there was no meaningful alternatives to me. That's the channel. We're offering a meaningful alternative. He's tying it back there. Therefore, the conflict that we face within our soul, that seventh hypothesis take as the devil, seventh hypothesis pathologos beliefs take as the devil, can actually be addressed and solved. While there's no meaningful activity for people in the seventh hypothesis, if they're lucky, they can meet a dialectician, go through midwifery, awaken to the dialectic, and actually put an end to that conflict within their soul, which is a conflict between their irrationality and intelligibility of their fourth hypothesis belief with the true intelligibility of the second hypothesis mind and the rationality of dialectical understanding. In other words, the dialectic or philosophical midwifery addresses the cause of irrationality and unintelligibility, which is belief and not evil. Therefore, if there's no place within, no home for the for evil within the soul of man, no home for evil, we've defeated evil and defeated Satan, only good exists, no war between heaven and earth or heaven and hell within your soul. You can thoroughly defeat irrationality and only good can remain within your soul through the philosophical midwifery dialectic, which is looking for the cause where it springs up, not having to invent a fairy tale about Satan. So, the first dialectic defeated the Abrahamic God that can be at war in principle. The second dialectic defeated the existence of Satan. The fourth dialectic defeated evil, Satan and evil, and the war. That will lead to Armageddon. So we've added another dialectic to our tool belt today. Hooray. Hooray, I say.
Oh, very handsome and or pretty.
That's me.
Now we're getting into extreme Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy.
That's right, we are. Right, Emma?
Do a poggers.
Exactly. So, what's Jesus' response to, hey, address the cause within the soul? You want to address the cause? Have a look at where the effects spring up. Why not look for the cause where it springs up rather than in a war between heaven and earth? Because you're addressing that, you're leaving the source untouched. But where will it play out if the only evidence for evil was within the soul of man? Where's it left to play out then? Jesus' response: you can't know truth. Truth is silence before the mysteries of man's existence. Fuck off, you idiot. A thought-defeating cliche. Does Jesus know about truth? Nope. He may have had a glimpse. Has he addressed his pathologos belief? Nope. Therefore, Jesus is in that war between heaven and earth within his soul. Jesus is still functioning irrationally and unintelligibly at certain times when the logos or dialectic challenges him to reflect on his fundamentally held beliefs. He's not always an asshole. I shouldn't say asshole. That's important and can serve an important function. He's not always a jerk, but he's being a jerk now. That's the surfacing of his pathologos. It's a win if he's open to midwifery, which we just demonstrated is actually how you solve the conflict within man's soul. So, the truth is silent before man's existence. What does Socrates say? He says,
These are goons, these gooners.
that you're a gooner. He says,
You have the brain of a child if you think that.
you have the brain of a child.
It's a total shit show.
And what you're saying is a total shit show.
You know what? Suck my dick.
Oh my goodness. Oh my, calm down, Oracle. Our mysteries reveal the truth. Yours conceal it with piety. Take any word in that place for piety. Politeness. Conformity. Obedience. Holiness. To be a good American, to be a good Christian, to be a good Jew, to not be so anti-Semitic, to not be anti-American. Whatever it is, that is a bullshit way of silencing your own mind through fear and doubts of understanding mind and the freedom of self. That bullshit way of being we could call piety. Our mysteries reveal truth. Yours conceal it with piety. Jesus' response to that, slam dunk. No, you don't know. You people, your own people do not know the dreadful power of Satan. Only we do, we're the special people, nor his devious nature. You don't know Satan. You don't know, I know, you don't know, I know, you don't know. His evil is so vast and pervasive that even your stupid words are the devil. You're the devil, you're the devil. If you ever talk to these sort of people, that's how they talk. It's infuriating. Not infuriating, I don't know. It is annoying. His evil is so vast and pervasive, says Jesus, that no thought of good nor desire of good could emerge from his nature. Hang on a second. Did we not agree that God, being in a perfect state, could not coexist with evil? So he's ignoring this bullshit. He's just dropping thought-terminating cliches representing his beliefs that we haven't demonstrated in the conversation, so we're not paying attention to them in the conversation. If the Ben Shapiros and the Jordan Petersons of the world and the Alex Joneses and all of the propagandists who lie to people constantly to defend the ignorance of the religious, conservatives, capitalist, Epstein class, they just do this all the time. They'll say a million wrong things, hoping that a good person like Emma
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
gets distracted. We don't have time for that bullshit. That hasn't been demonstrated in the conversation. We've actually demonstrated the opposite, so we're not paying attention to that. We're ignoring this. You don't know Satan, and Satan is always this way. So we're going to keep going, by the way. What was the point? If we address the cause of human problems within the soul of man, then it would have no home for evil. So evil is so vast that no thought of good or desire could emerge. Completely irrelevant to what we're talking about. Jesus, didn't we agree that? But we're still using that idea of all-pervasive badness. God, being in a perfect state, could not coexist with evil, or he would not be in a state that is pervasively good. In a metaphysical dimension, how could God join the evil realm? So God could not clash without departing from his true nature of goodness. Equally, Satan couldn't enter into that realm where God is in pure goodness without becoming to that very degree good. He's giving us a message about our upward development. He's, number one, addressing Jesus' problem, but for us, if we've been reading, we've already defeated the Abrahamic God. We've already defeated this false idea of Satan. And we've already defeated the war between heaven and earth within our soul and our species. So what's left for us? Now that we're free and only good remains, us who have been reading, our last remaining task is to become like God. To reach that intelligibility and rationality in the highest sense of either the gods, second hypothesis mind, or God, to become like God. Therefore, this message, if you enter the state of goodness, which we've been doing by becoming intelligible and rational, which is both the work of the dialectic, if you enter into that state of goodness of God, you too yourself become to that very degree good or godlike. Mingling with the good would compromise the Satan's nature. So there is another dialectic that shows neither God could interact with the devil, nor could the devil interact with God. But also for us who are paying attention, by doing this dialectic, by mastering the dialectic, you are becoming intelligible. You are becoming rational. You are becoming, by definition, goodness or good. That is the definition of God. If you can eternally abide in that state of dialectical wonder, intelligibility, and reasoning, then you are becoming to that degree good or God. The highest idea of God, the self, the one self, the self logos, or the good self, or the true self, the self. Now that we've defeated the war in Satan, you can become God yourself, which ties into what we said earlier, the state of justice. We won't look for it in the text, being when you are in that state, when you are always doing your intended function in that flow state. Let's find it. Justice. Now this is going to be hard to find because justice isn't going to work. Because it's used a lot. We have talked about this before. The flow state. Where we are constantly doing our one function that we can focus on at all times, putting ourselves in that flow state that we might recognize as being in the zone. All right, I'm not sure where it is. Well, you could either go back to the previous episodes to find where we talked about justice or the flow state. I think the thumbnails on the YouTube is Socrates the ideal samurai? Because another way of talking about that flow state is the ideal of the samurai, which is to act without having to think or plan ahead of time, because we're following the logos, with the full force of our being, because we have no psychic pathologos parasite distracting our attention or focus or being. To act without thinking or planning, following the logos, with the full force of our being, no parasite. Most appropriately for the situation, dialectically, intelligibly, rationally. Yeah, that's it. At all times. So, given what we've been reading about that, and the fact that we've put an end to the conflict within our soul and within the cosmos by addressing the irrationality or intelligibility which opposes that state of being, Socrates is saying, hey, by the way, the more you do that, the more you're becoming like the good or like God. Which is our goal, of course. To be like the self, which is our method or likeness, the principal axiom of likeness that we've been using in the dialectic, things that are like, which is the exact same principle. Actually, let's write this down. This is pretty good. The exact same principle that we are using to tie the elements of the dialectic together, things that are equal to the same thing are equal to each other. This also applies to us, if therefore, which is, I guess, the final dialectic. So that final dialectic could be another, say thing about how, let's get going, about how there can't be a war. But let's take the positive side for this last one. which is the axiom we've been using, which is things if, so these are all hypotheses, you don't know until you prove it, if things that are equal to the same thing are also equal to each other. So using this principle we've been using to defeat Satan, defeat the Abrahamic God, and defeat the war and Armageddon. 2, goodness as a abiding or eternal, or let's say abiding or a continuous, let's say persistent quality is the mark that we've used, quality as the essence of God. We've also said that goodness is equal to intelligibility and rationality, and evil is its opposite, of course, irrationality and unintelligibility, which we use to show that Satan can't exist as a warring God thing. Rationality, which is also the second and third hypothesis, which is also ousia or self-reflection, and logos, which is also together wisdom. So that was also wisdom, we said, which is also wisdom. And we also said it was truth, the standard for truth, and is the realm of the dialectic. The dialectic uses both together. Dialectic. So, this isn't really an extra step, but let's play an extra step for fun. Just for fun, let's do it. For kicks. For Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
Therefore, the dialectic is equal to goodness. This is the conclusion, actually. And goodness, to the level we participate in goodness, is equal to God. What was the principle that Socrates just pointed out? We skipped ahead. Let's go back. God is in his perfect state, couldn't exist with evil, could not clash, so there can't be that war, but we've already got rid of that war. So again, we can do that fourth dialectic, but let's do this one first. To the degree that we are to enter into that state of goodness with God without becoming to that very degree good. So by becoming to that very degree good, we are entering into the goodness, to the state of goodness of God. The state of God. So, let's use our principle, the axiom that we've been using all the way through. A equals B. Let's arrange it properly to fit the axiom. A is equal to B, C is equal to B. So if the dialectic is equal to goodness, as we've just defined in 3, which is argument 3, C equals to B. So the state of goodness is which was that? Which was oh, no, it wasn't 4. It was we're on 4. 2, the persistent state of goodness is the quality of God. Let's throw in axiom. If things equal to the same thing as, so axiom itself is our first point. Not really the argument we're using it, but it's worth pointing out because we have been using it all the way along. Therefore, our functioning, the art of dialectic, puts us into the state of God. Which is interesting because it was that very dialectic we used to defeat the Abrahamic God at war, defeat Satan, and defeat Armageddon, because the opposite of this is true as well. Therefore, so we could finish this off. So if A is equal to B, dialectic is goodness, as we've defined. It's the use of intelligibility and rationality, ousia and logos, which is also wisdom, which is also used to determine truth, to show that conservative, warmongering, destruction, and death isn't good, and the true political party or the true spiritual group is the dialectic, and there's only one of them. That's the dialectic. That's how we do that. Dialectic is goodness. The state of God is goodness. A equals B, C equals B. So things that are equal to the same thing, they're both equal to goodness itself with a capital G, are equal to each other. Therefore, the art of the dialectic, A, is equal to the state of God. A is equal to C. So you're becoming like God, or entering into the realm of God, which is 4. Actually, let's rearrange it to fit most perfectly 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's do that. Let's move. Whoops. Go down here. So number 1, axiom. The axiom. Things that are equal to the same thing are equal to each other. 2, the state of God is goodness, which was our second argument. Defined definition. The dialectic we've already defined as goodness as well. Therefore, the state of God is equal to the art of dialectic. Now, let's undo that, because we are doing the dialectic to become the state of God. So let's keep it this way, actually. Let's keep 2 and then 3. Because we can do the art of dialectic to be in the state of God. The opposite is that same principle. So using that same principle, therefore also, so the dialectic has what it is and what it isn't. So taking the opposite side of that argument, therefore also, Satan can't be coexisting in war or clashing in that same war with God without becoming like God, and that equals like. That's step 1. Step 2. Like God is equal to goodness or becoming good. Step 3. Oh, I'm missing an S there. Right. Step 3, sound drop.
I have a sickness for the thickness.
This is why I love this channel, man.
Because we have sound drops. Satan cannot have goodness by definition. So there's our same axiom. So there's our axiom. Things that are coexisting become like each other. So this is a different axiom. This is a different axiom. This is a different axiom called coincidence. Things that are coincident are equal to each other. If I have a coffee cup that's occupying the same space and time as this coffee cup, it's the same coffee cup. Hard to imagine in the physical world, because you can't occupy the same space at the same time. Coincidence. But in the realm of mind, not necessarily. Likeness. By being like something in the realm of mind, you become equal to it. Coincidence. Things that are coincident are equal. That's the principle of if A has the same qualities of B, B has the same qualities. Actually, this is a very similar principle, actually. B has B's qualities. If A has B qualities, then things that are sequel to the same thing are equal to each other. That's funny. That's funny. Things that are like each other are equal to each other, equal to themselves. That's a different axiom to the axiom of coincidence. Things that are coincident are equal. But actually, we can prove that with that same axiom. So that's funny. So that's even that axiom has that same underlying structure. That's interesting. I haven't seen that before. It's cool. Well, I haven't seen anything that I'm going through in these episodes before, but it unfolds. Yeah, coincidence are equal. That's the axiom. Again, you can only prove this by being coincident with self, by the way. So this might be the axiom that gives birth to the things that are equal to each other, equal to themselves, which gives birth to the principles of physical reality. A law that applies here will apply there. But again, the axiom of coincidence might be the root basis of the axiom of equal to each other, which is the basis of physical laws, and you won't be able to verify this unless you are coincident with self. So this might be the final question we carry as a philosopher, to become coincident, equal. Coincidence are equal with each other, or equal with themselves. So to become equal to the self is to become coincident with the self. So therefore, if Satan is at an equal level, coincidence, or coexisting or clashing with God, it would become like God. To be like God is goodness. Satan can't be goodness. Therefore, number 4. Therefore, Satan can't coexist in a spiritual dimension or clash in a war. with God. Which also means, therefore, the implications of that is there's no need to seek Armageddon. Armageddon for our species. So, equally so for God. So there's our fourth dialectic. Satan can't coexist with God, or vice versa. And we can also add vice versa. We don't have to go through it a second time. Vice versa. God cannot coexist or clash in a war with Satan. Again, showing that there's no Armageddon. This is the axiom of coincidence. Things that are coincident are equal. Or you could even take it, well, maybe they're not exactly the same, even if they're experiencing the same realm, but they're like each other. By entering those realms, they can't do that. So that's the fourth dialectic that Socrates goes through with Jesus. No, the third. The first one, wait. The first one, oops. The first one was showing that a warring God can't exist. It's here. The second one was to show that a warring Satan can't exist. The third one is to say that there can't be a battle between the two from this principle here. And the fourth one was for us, is we can banish evil for good, which is also banishing Satan for good, thoroughly defeating them, meaning they can't continue to exist. Even Satan would know that, even your problem would know that. By simply addressing the cause for what we think is evil, where it springs up, where its effects are, which is the soul of man, the evil thoughts and deeds of man, because if there's no home for evil within the soul of mankind, then evil would not exist. So that means addressing evil would be to address, as we defined, the irrationality and the unintelligibility of man's thoughts and deeds. We address that by recognizing that it is caused by our false beliefs, causing us to contemplate a goal that's not good, which is what con artists do through belief, or that's unintelligible, or an activity or steps to reach it. Hey, what does a politician say? Just hope. What does a religious person say? Just believe. What does a capitalist say? Just grind. The steps are bad because they're bad for you and they don't reach the goal. They're irrational steps and unintelligible goal. If you address that, you will thoroughly defeat evil. Thoroughly defeating evil is also thoroughly defeating Satan. And if Satan and evil cannot exist, only good remains, and there is no war between heaven and hell. So addressing the irrationality and unintelligibility within the soul of man equals addressing our pathologos belief, which is the philosophical midwifery dialectic, meaning there's no need for a war between heaven and hell. We've thoroughly defeated evil and Satan, and only good remains within your soul. So again, the most important activity you can do is midwifery with the help of your dreams, because you can thoroughly defeat Satan and evil and only good remains. Now that only good remains, you can be free to participate as much as possible in the dialectic, which is the use of ousia and logos, or the intelligibility and rationality that we defined as goodness. The more that you do the dialectic, which is goodness, the more you become like the state of God, because the state of God is the persistent quality of goodness. Therefore, the more you practice the art of the dialectic, now that you've used midwifery to free yourself from the irrationality and unintelligibility, which is non-dialectic, the more you can do them dialectic, the more you become like the state of God. And then we can add that final axiom that we mentioned before, just to add some overkill or some on a cherry on top, let's call it that. The axiom of coincidence means that if the dialectician, what color? If the dialectician is in the coincidence or the same, so coincidence or sameness. So this is the principle of likeness, things that are like each other. So back to these are the fundamental self-logos terms that we've talked about, remember? The building blocks of thought. We've been talking about today the goodness, the monads, justice, beauty, goodness, and the cause of our problems, its distorted reflection in belief and image thinking. But the duads, whole and part, same and different, we've been using the principle of likeness. Things that are like each other. Things that are like each other. Things that are equal to the same thing are equal to each other. No, likeness was the principle of... that's the principle of sameness. Wait a minute, which is it? Likeness, analogy, things that are like each other. We've been using likeness with analogy at least. Is this the analogy of sameness? Things that are coincident are equal, they're the same. Things that are like the same thing are like each other. These are very similar axioms. I'll have to think about that some more. Maybe you have some insights. So whether we're saying we're equal to the quality, therefore we're equal to the thing, or we can just go one step further and say the principle of coincidence. If the dialectician is so it's the principle of coincidence or sameness. Things that are coincidence are the same. In Greek, we can also say the same or the self. They are the same self. If the dialectician is equal to the state of God, then the dialectician becomes the same self as God. And that is our goal. The one self. Or the good self. Let's say the good self because we have been using the term good all the way through. The good self. Or the first hypothesis, which is our goal, to know the self. Which is our goal, which is our purpose or destiny or highest goal, is our goal. The goal of intelligent evolving beings like ourselves, the goal of man, which is to know thyself, the self. So while we use the axiom of coincidence to say that there can't be coexisting God and devil in a war, we use the principle of things that are equal to themselves or equal to each other to show that there can't be a warring God or a warring Satan. So we defeated the God of Abraham. We defeated the Satan, the idea of Satan or the devil. We use that principle of coincidence to say that we've defeated, therefore there can't be a war. We've defeated the oncoming Armageddon, and we have benefited ourselves by, hey, in the place of these false beliefs, how do we actually address where it shows up, the evil of man, not evil, the irrationality and unintelligibility of man, causing our bad actions or our bad goals, that's our pathologos belief. Belief is the problem. Fourth hypothesis, belief. Doesn't have to be a problem if you're not attached to it and you're examining the beliefs you're carrying to find the cause of your problems. That's how we do address belief as evolving people. It's when you're attached to it and you're not removing your beliefs, or you're trying to save beliefs, or you're trying to take a little piece of understanding and keep beliefs. If you're trying to save beliefs, you're in a problem. You're supposed to be addressing your beliefs. That's the cause of the irrationality and unintelligibility, not an invented sinister force of evil and the evil one called the devil or Satan. So free of the idea of the Abrahamic God, the Satan, and the war between heaven and earth, or the seventh hypothesis, ignorant view of reality, we can actually address the irrationality and intelligibility of the thoughts and deeds of man's soul through the dialectic in midwifery, therefore thoroughly defeating evil and Satan, because there is no home for evil to exist now that we've addressed that in the thoughts and deeds of man. We've defeated, therefore, evil. Therefore, we've defeated Satan. We've thoroughly defeated it, so it can't come back. Only good remains within your soul. No more conflict or war within your soul. Only goodness remains. By doing the dialectic in midwifery, free from that conflict, you can therefore go on to recognize that, hang on a second, that very activity of dialectic was a goodness. It helped overcome the evils of evil and the evils of the Abrahamic God and the evils of war and conflict in Armageddon. It was pretty fucking good. In fact, it's the definition of goodness, because that thing that defined badness or evil, if you're sick, if you got a false belief, is intelligibility and rationality, and evil, irrationality and unintelligibility. Therefore, the dialectic addresses the bad and is the use of reason and intelligibility, the use of the third hypothesis dialectic with reference to the model that even the Emmas of the world hopefully will become open to and curious about, the best people in the world, like Emma, who are rational and trying their best to understand and solve problems. We need that second hypothesis as the model of our dialectic, and that's what we've been using. Remember how we just pointed to that map of all of those terms, beauty, justice, whole, part, and saying, that's the second hypothesis. That's where they live. That's where they exist as nouns. Therefore, there's our standard of intelligibility, second hypothesis, used in time with rationality, or that's the dialectic that uses both reason and that model. Therefore, the dialectic is the definition of goodness, freed from our conflict or our unintelligibility. We are free to persistently do the dialectic all the time as our state of justice, all the time be contemplating on pure intelligence or the self, and using either the contemplation of the self first hypothesis or the second hypothesis as your model for dialectic and wonder and your conversations. Therefore, a persistent state of goodness, or the dialectic is goodness. The state of God is the persistent state of goodness. Goodness persistent, or always. Let's move this over here. Persistent. Therefore, to be the master or the artisan of the dialectic is to be persistent. The art of the dialectic, therefore, is to be persistently in the state of dialectic. Persistent dialectic, which we already defined as a flow state of justice, without having to think or plan, have a single purpose and function and focus, without thinking or planning, with the full force of your being, which will end up being most appropriate for the situation because you're following the logos. So to be a persistent dialectician, or in a state of justice, which is the art of the dialectic, is the state of God. So you're in the state of God by being a dialectician, because you've used the dialectic to free yourself of your not being a dialectician, which is to be unintelligible or irrational. Not evil, Because why? Because it's an unintelligible goal. Anything other than the dialectic is stupid. It's not your goal. We know the goal is dialectic. We've gone through it 1,000,000 times. So why are you doing something else? Oh, we know that the steps of the dialectic is what it means to be rational. It's the art of reason. It's the art of understanding. So why use any of these other nonsense? Well, I believe it's this. Well, my opinion is this. My daddy Trump said this. You're being irrational. You're being a Nazi. Not evil. You are not rationally following steps to your goal. You're blindly believing someone else, be it your parents, your rabbi, your minister, your imam, or your political leader, or your capitalist boss. Therefore, we've addressed by doing the midwifery on why we believe those people, by doing the dialectic of midwifery to free ourselves from our, not evil, but our unintelligibility or rationality of belief. We are now free to do the dialectic, which is the intelligibility to rationality, or intelligibility, ousia, and logos. The use of the two together is the art of dialectic. If the dialectic is goodness and the state of God is to persist in that state of goodness, by persisting in the state of, let's make it a full thing. By persisting in the art or state of dialectic, persisting in the dialectic, which we could call being in the art or the mastery, is the state of God. So now you can be a dialectician at all times. Because why wouldn't you be? If you want to be, if you don't do something else, oh, that's evil. Not evil. A false belief. Now, we can say, therefore, the axiom of coincidence, things that are coincident with each other, same qualities, are the same, very similar to things that are like each other, like themselves. The dialectician is the state of God. Therefore, using that axiom of coincidence, we can see, therefore, the dialectician is the same state or self of God. So the dialectician is the same state, coincident with God. The dialectician is the same God. So by functioning as a dialectician at all times, you are reaching your state of God. The highest idea of God is the good self or the one self. That's the first hypothesis, and that's our goal. Therefore, the meaning of life is to persist in a state of mind and functioning, intelligibility and rationality of the dialectician at all times, and by that principle of coincidence, the axiom of coincidence, you reach your goal of the one self. Hooray. So, whether or not Jesus was able to go along with that, we were, because of all the work we've done. Our goal to reach the first hypothesis, we just found our method. We defeated the Abrahamic God, we defeated Satan, we defeated war and Armageddon. Let's see it in the book. So, God being in a perfect state could not coexistence, the principle of coincidence, with evil. Or he would be, and we're defining that axiom or principle, or he would be in that state that is pervasively good throughout. So God could not clash without departing from his true nature of goodness. Equally, we cannot become like God without becoming God ourselves. Equally, could Satan enter into the state of goodness of God without becoming to that very degree God? Certainly mingling with the good would compromise his evil nature. What's Jesus' reaction to our dialectic we've been learning ourselves? And by the way, and in learning that dialectic, what are we becoming? Like God or the self, reaching our goal. Worth it? What does Jesus say? You are very thoughtful. All of you players of philosophy who've been following along with the channel, with your choice of words, and I do see where your thought will carry you. Not me, you. Interesting. He's yet to do that midwifery. You would say that each would be in totally different states, having different natures, and so no battle could occur between God and Satan. So, with a stroke of reasoning, you would banish the thought of the coming Armageddon. And at the time of the recording, the American-Israeli coalition of the Epstein class are openly stating they are seeking that Armageddon and all of this bullshit Pauline mythology about giving the Jews the Holy Land so that they can then be destroyed so Jesus comes back. They are seeking it actively and openly. We've just put an end to that. With a stroke of reasoning, we did it. We didn't have to drop a bomb on any school child as the Americans and the Israelis do. You would banish the thought of the coming Armageddon. And what does Socrates say? What do we say? We say yes. We say yes. That is where reason bids me to go. And with her, I follow the logos. That's what we've been doing today, following the logos, and now we can see where it will take us. The self. Coincident with God. Fun? Worth doing? Can we see now why it's the standard for the dialectician to be able to talk with the worst kind of pathologos problem, the seventh hypothesis? In doing so, did we not just benefit potentially someone like Jesus, but ourselves? Because the whole time we remained in that state of dialectician, which is coincident with God? How interesting. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had a lot of fun. And if you did, I hope to see you in the next one. See you then.